Like that, Nancy? Hi, Nina.
Me again, yeah, I guess it looked different every time. Master of disguise.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Wolfsonian, Florida International University. My name is Michael Hughes, and I had the pleasure of walking in these doors in 1994, and many of those panelists sitting next to me were very much a part of an early preservation movement in Miami Beach, and we're thrilled to be able to present Art Deco weekend lectures here at the Wolfsonian. And as you may know, it's called this year Deco Dreams, Past, Present, and Future. And the program is just outside if you haven't picked one up. And there's also a beautiful introduction to our exhibition, which I'm thrilled to see, which is Art Deco, Luxury to Mass Market, which is open free to all of you attending Art Deco weekend. So if you haven't gone upstairs, I certainly encourage you to do so. I also wanted to make a couple of plugs. There's membership both at MDPL and at the Wolfsonian. There are brochures on your chairs, and we are doing all that we can to sort of grow the reciprocal nature of our two organizations, as we are quite aligned. For those of you who do not know Mitchell Wolfson, who is our founder, he calls himself a preservationist, and we are very much in that angle. But he's also an Italian file, and we also are doing a show that came from his institution in Genoa, and we are doing a film screening right now, a film series called Italian Style on Screen, and our next film is on February 3rd, and in that case, we partner with the Miami Beach Cinematheque, and I certainly encourage you to partake in the films. Every Sunday at 6, we do the tour. Actually, it's once a month or so, once every 3 weeks, and then the film is across the street. So, keeping in mind that Art Deco Weekend remains a milestone event for all of us concerned with preservation, and this collection was amassed with preservation in mind, it's really something very special to have Nancy Liebman, Jeff Donnelly, Richard Nagler, and Susan Askew with us this morning. Susan's going to introduce the panelists more formally, but I just wanted to say how much Jeff and Nancy in particular mean to me, just being in this particular room and in this particular community. Nancy ran for commissioner in 1993, and I, through the works and friends with others, helping that along. And Jeff brought me into Miami Beach Tour School in 1992, and it really led me right into this building in 1995, and I haven't left yet. So it makes me very pleased to introduce these folks to you from my perspective. And I don't know Richard, but I know Richard's book, and he said he was going to show some images of it today. And it was really an early treasure trove of that transition when sort of one chapter of Miami Beach was ending and another was beginning. And it was really something nice to look back on. And Susan, I checked out your website over the other day, and I love that you said nothing but the beach. And I think we're all rather obsessed with Miami Beach real estate in one way or another. So I think you're just the person to moderate this conversation this morning. So all of you enjoy the conversation, and we're glad you're with us this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, and welcome again for being here. I am delighted to be here for Art Deco Weekend. Two of the panelists, Nancy and Jeff, are friends, and Richard, I hope you'll become a new friend here. They certainly are contagious with their enthusiasm for Art Deco. I am Susan Askew. I'm the publisher, editor, writer, janitor-in-chief of RE Miami Beach. Thank you to all of you who read and support the publication. This is the 42nd Art Deco weekend, although as Nancy told me, the first one really wasn't a weekend. It was a gathering on Barbara Capitman's porch. But fast forward 42 years, and here we are. Today is also the 42nd anniversary of something else. Anybody else know what that is? The day it snowed in Miami Beach. 42 years ago today, right? That's why you pay me the big bucks to be the moderator. The theme is Deco Dreams, Past, Present, and Future. And the reason we are looking at all of those is that this is a momentous year, 40 years since the Art Deco district was placed on the National Register of Historic Places. It's present, celebrating this year our inclusion in Lonely Planet's #1 destination in the U.S., #4 worldwide, and the Art Deco district was included in that as they looked at Miami and the Miami Beach area. The future, obviously we're looking at some challenges with sea level rise, climate change and stronger hurricanes as a result. So that will also be an interesting examination that we'll take a look at this weekend. To introduce the panel, Nancy Liebman is currently the founder and chair emerita of Miami Beach United. MBU is a nonprofit citizens organization that advocates for quality of life issues for Miami Beach residents. She's a former city commissioner, elected in 1993, and she served until 2001, and is a current member of the Historic Preservation Board. She was part of a group that brought the Art Deco district to life, and related to me the party on Lincoln Road when the district was added to the register, remembering it as being a dark, freezing night on Lincoln Road as they celebrated. So I guess we had some things in common back then. She's also part of the group that brought Art Basel to Miami Beach. So let's welcome Nancy.
Right, I thought about all my feelings to come and do this. I didn't realize I would shed a tear. Thank you, Michael. Preservation Past. It's the story of two cities way back. One group of developers whose dream was to develop a Venice Canal system in Miami Beach, in South Beach. They were going to get rid of all the little Art Deco houses. Why would we save such buildings? And they pressed on trying to redevelop, at that time, the people who you are going to see in Richard Nagler's series of photos. They were the presence here. They were the leadership. They elected everybody. They were it. And they were the ones who fought against that development to lose their properties so that some developers could have Venice canals. Think of the environment. The second part of the story, Barbara Capitman and Leonard Horowitz, their dream was to save the Art Deco buildings. And it was a big fight for a while. However, the canal plan capsized, and the National Trust for Historic Preservation came on the scene. The preservationists struck gold when the Art Deco district at that time was from 6th Street to 23rd Street, from the ocean to just Lenox Avenue. If you look at that map today, you would wonder why it didn't just take the whole thing. But the people who were fighting for those canals didn't want Barbara Capitman walking in there and disturbing their plans. So the historic designation was passed. The Dade County Commission was another savior. They put in place a ordinance that all of the municipalities in Dade County would have to have a preservation board. Seemed like a wonderful idea to us, but Miami Beach City Commissioners and a lot of the business people, a lot of people wanted no part of that. And they went to the beach, they went to the county, and they asked that they be exempted. They didn't want any part of the P word. The P word became the magic bullet. Whenever they wanted to talk about preservation, it was a P word. Some of the people who were involved with that development said, well, why don't you just knock down those old buildings and build them up and make them look the same? And we said, that's not the way you do it. So after Miami Beach urged the county Dade County stood tall. They said, if you don't put in place your ordinance, we're going to sue you. And they all shivered. They didn't like that word. So finally, Miami Beach succumbed, and they passed an ordinance that called for 100% of the owners had to agree to designate their property. Well, how many buildings do you think we could have? I mean, it was worthless. Good old Dade County came back and said, nah, that is not good enough. You have to do something that's realistic. So finally, the city succumbed. They allowed for 50% of the owners. And that sort of got a start. They passed an ordinance, and they passed the ordinance, and the first places that they designated were their own properties, the City of Miami Beach properties. It was the Carl Fisher Clubhouse and the old City Hall. And that was a beginning. I think that most of them on the commission thought that that was enough, that'll shut us up. But we were not to be shut up. So the story, and we're still not, the story of historic preservation has been a very rocky road. But it was that road that led us to make Miami Beach the world famous. And that's my phone, I'm sorry. No. But it was the road that paved the way to what we have today. And I like to tell the story because everybody who comes, new people who come, I know that a lot of long-time people in the audience today, but the new people who come to the city think that it's always been this glamorous cultural center. They should have seen what it looked like down here in those days, and you wouldn't come here. So I guess, Jeff, you're on. I didn't tell the whole story. I'll tell it at another day.
Okay. Thank you, Nancy. And we will have questions for the panelists after everyone finishes their presentation. Jeff Donnelly is the public historian of the Miami Design Preservation League, and he founded the MDPL and MIMO Tour Guide Academy in 1990, which he still contributes to today. I think you do tours still, right? Yes, okay. He's the co-author of Miami Architecture, an AIA Guide to Downtown, the Beaches, and Coconut Grove. He was a member of the Historic Preservation Board starting in 2007, and he served as its chair from 2009 through September of 2010. Jeff.
Thank you very much, Susan. Everybody hearing me in the back? Danielle? Okay, thank you. And if this mic moves around and if I gesture, it may move away, so raise your hand if I am not clear in the back, please. I, of course, represent the spirit of preservation past. I do not have chains clanking behind me, approaching, the people of Miami Beach. But in any event, there were people who wanted to have me chained up at one point, and I'll jump ahead in my story because Nancy, took a part of it. Nancy had me put on something called the Museum District Steering Committee. And that was in 1990, 89 to 1990, and the whole purpose of that, thank you, the whole purpose of that was to find a compromise that would allow for additional housing for the convention center. hotel housing for the convention center. And that eventually, of course, becomes the whole convention center hotel controversy. I'm talking about the one in the 20th century, not the one in the 21st century. But in any event, but at one point, the other members who were members of the planning board, you know, they didn't really want me on that committee, and so they approached Nancy, and she said, okay, it's either him or Matty Bauer, so take your choice. So in any event, they chose me, in any event, so we went forward. You did that, yes, yeah, okay. In any event, so segueing on, I wanted to really start with a couple of quotations. One is from Marty Stofick, who wrote a wonderful book called Saving South Beach, right here. And she emphasized in her book, published in 2005, that the saving of South Beach, the preservation movement, was an ensemble performance. That there were many, many people involved in the activities. And the reality is, from the historian's point of view, the people who were opposed to preservation are also responsible for what we have today. Because their opposition and their acquiescence and their various deco-schmecko signs that they put up at one point, all of that contributes to what we have today. And I think it's important to kind of keep that in mind, that you know, you have two people up here as preservation past, clanking chains, but there were lots of other people involved in the preservation movement as we went forward. The next quote is from someone by the name of Billy Keene. And is there anybody in the room who was a patron of Lulu's Bistro? Yeah, we still have some people. You survived. That's great. Because had people continued to eat at Lulu's, there would be so many clogged arteries around here that, you know, there would nobody around, as it were. But in any event, Billy Keene started Lulu's, and later on, he said, about the period 88 to 92 specifically, it seemed like everyone had a project in those days. And I think that's an important thing to bring to this discussion or reminiscence as well. You know, it was people bringing their ideas and their creativity and their persistence and in some cases their stubbornness to this project that allowed it to go forward. An anonymous quotation: what most people thought would be impossible turned out to be possible. And I think that's also a way of shaping the past of preservation. I'm going to talk about three topics: preservation and advocacy, preservation and education, preservation and politics. And I'm focusing mostly on the period 2008 through essentially, 1988 to 2008. So first, Miami Design Preservation League and advocacy. I came to know the Miami Design Preservation League in the late 1980s, really. Nancy and I moved to Miami Beach in 1986. I went to one of the tours that Richard Hoberman was running in the spring of '87. And somewhere, at that point, one of the major issues was the proposal to demolish the Senator Hotel for a parking lot. You know, they paved Paradise and put up a parking lot. Okay, so in any event, Nancy Liebman was running the league at that point as director, and so she was organizing various demonstrations. Now, I actually had a day job, so unless the demonstration were out of business hours, I wasn't participating. But there was one memorable moment when we left the Senator and marched out to Ocean Drive, and then down Ocean Drive all the way to City Hall. Now think about that. This is 1988. We did not have a permit. Nobody bothered us. We did not get run over by motorcycles or scooters or anything else, okay? We were able to do that. That gives you an idea of, you know, what this place was like in 1988. So as we went along, we began a chant of, because there were still people sitting out on the porches, a combination of people my age now, okay, and mostly Scandinavian and German tourists, okay. And so we started shouting at them a battle cry of Madison, Wisconsin, back in the late 60s and early 70s. They used to shout, you know, out of the stacks and into the streets, to get people to demonstrate. So we started shouting, off the porches, into the streets. Danielle, I won't do that again. It's okay. Okay. In any event, that's how we did. We actually got to City Hall, and it was unfortunately, in naught. There were people in City Hall who tried to help, and there were people in City Hall who were not interested in helping. So that led, of course, though, to that great compromise of the period 1989 to 1992, because there was one thing that the business and political community here, ruling business political community here, agreed about, is that Miami Beach needed a convention center hotel. There was some disagreement. There was a man by the name of Steve Muss who thought that he had a convention center hotel. But in any event, there was a lot of urging on for that. So we saw an opportunity that at that point, neither the Flamingo Park neighborhood nor the museum district surrounding the Bass Museum had been included in local designation within the National Register District. And it's a long story. And much back and forth, but in any event, the end result was the great compromise of 1990, 1992, is that you had a complete designation of the entire National Register District by 1992, local designation. And you also have the Lowe's Hotel. So there are times when you need to move within a reality of people who want to develop, want to bring tourists here, et cetera, all of which we agree with, I think. And so that's that period. The other thing that happened in that time was that, or later, is that I became chair of the Historic Preservation Board, but I think I'm going to have to leave that story to questions. Moving on. MDPL and education. And this actually really is where I've spent most of my time in terms of preservation here during this period. We started a tour school in 1990. How many people have been on a Miami Design Preservation League tour? Okay, so I'll just, you all know about it, so I'll skip the parts about that. But in any event, when I first started, actually I went on a tour with Richard Hoberman, who had been doing tours on Saturday morning all by himself. And it was sometime in the spring of 1987, and I had some experience in New York with offering tours to university students as a way of satisfying the state of New York that we had to have more contact hours. But in any event, we did that, and so I brought that to the Miami Design Preservation League and the tour program. We now have 22 tour guides, and I urge you, if you have not taken a tour, and even if you have, there are lots of specialty tours being offered during the Art Deco weekend, and I certainly urge you to take it. Even if you've taken a tour before, there's always something new to learn. What I think is really important is that we really wanted to use the buildings to tell stories. And then in 2005, we had an opportunity to obtain a grant. The National Endowment for the Humanities had a program of American landmarks, and the idea was to train teachers, high school and middle school teachers, in the development of their curricula that would use the buildings in their own communities to tell stories about those communities and the history of the place. And it was really a national recognition by a preeminent source, the National Endowment for the Humanities, of what we had been doing here. And we applied in 2005, we got turned down, and then we applied again in 2006 and we got it. And so that event went forward. One of the things that I think is important is the role that preservation has played not only in the way in which the buildings themselves have been preserved, but at some point in 1992, Condé Nast Traveler had us on the front cover. Okay. So did, thank you. So did Travel Holiday, and so did Travel and Leisure. In other words, this was all in the summer and the fall of 1992, instigated by a New York Magazine piece that had appeared earlier in the spring of 1992. And I think that's really when the district popped. We all knew what we had, and a lot of people in downtown New York, not the Upper West Side, not the Upper East Side, and so forth, downtown New York knew about this place. Okay? But all of a sudden now, everybody is going to know about it. And that meant that we had to beef up the tour program a lot, because at one point the New York Times came out with a story about the tours, and we had 120 people show up. Fortunately, we had the tour school going by that time, and we had enough people to cover that. The final thing that I wanted to talk about was preservation and politics. Now I have to leave MDPL because MDPL does not participate in partisan politics, as we all know, but the preservation movement does. And the preservation movement story and politics is a pretty interesting one. Okay, thank you. And so it began for me with a meeting on the porch of the Park Central. At that meeting were Tony Goldman, Mel Schlesser, Dennis Scholl, and Neeson Kasdan, and myself. And that was planning for the campaign of 1991. I brought to that meeting a certain amount of personal history and familial history, where I had learned that you do three things. You encourage the people who support you. You do not encourage the people who are against you. And third, you try to persuade people who have not made up their mind to support you. And bringing that, we were in fact successful in electing Neeson as a commissioner in 1991, and Nancy Lehman in 1993. I told Nancy that I was going to tell a story about that campaign, and she was a little shocked that I was going to bring this up, but here I was sitting in a room with the Prince of Darkness himself, who was the consultant for the 1993 Nancy Lehman campaign. And Norman, Nancy's husband, was sitting there with us. We began a conversation about those 3 points. You know, don't encourage the people who are opposed to you. In fact, better they should not even know that there's an election, okay? In any event, at that point, Norman Lehman got up and said, I'm leaving this room, okay? And he did. So I think that's about enough for me. But I think we really want to hear and see, and I'm really eager to see the wonderful, again, to see the wonderful photographs that we're about to see. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff. Jeff is a former professor, and I think your students probably had a great time in your classes. Finally, our panelist, Richard Nagler. Richard has been a photographer for more than 40 years, and his fine art photography is included in the many prominent private and public collections. He's published 4 books, including My Love Affair with Miami Beach in 1991. This is a very special collection. He spent 12 years documenting a community of elderly, transplanted Eastern European Jewish immigrants here, and it turned out to be a collection that the Miami Herald called profound and extremely moving. So what a great way to wrap up this morning here, Richard.
Thank you very much. Hello, Miami Beach. I'm in from the San Francisco Bay Area, so I wanted to thank you for turning on the weather and the charm. This was my book that was published, I think it was 1991, and it was My Love Affair with Miami Beach, which I did in collaboration with Isaac Bashevis Singer. And I just wanted to take you through a little bit about how I started photographing and where it evolved. When I first discovered South Beach, I started by taking the typical kind of atmospheric pictures that one takes of South Beach, you know, the extraordinary place that I found it, and I was kind of mesmerized again by the architecture. Oh, how's that? A little better? Oh, okay. There you go. That I can't handle from this end. But gradually I realized something else was going on, and something else that was pretty significant. And I started to take pictures that were a little deeper, capturing the evanescence of the neighborhood and what was going on with its indigenous population of elderly Jews. And this was a typical photograph that I did, and eventually, like a few years later, I came across the same sign, and here I photographed a little Hasidic boy running past it. And so I began to be captured by the community and the neighborhood, and I endeavored to grasp what was going on, and also I understood that its time was fleeting. It was amazing that these people were South Beach. This was their neighborhood, this was their community. Everyone had a spectacular story to tell. I think this was just a couple of blocks from here. Most of these pictures were just within a few blocks of the Wolfsonian. This was Friedman's Bakery. I started photographing people, and I would often send them pictures, and they were so grateful because they had no pictures of themselves with their friends. People were moving on, moving out, passing on, and they were so thrilled to be able to have some pictures that captured this kind of unique period. You can see in this picture there are bullet holes in the glass. It's taped together. I think this was just a couple of blocks down on Washington. This was the Garden of Eden fruit store. I said to this man, I said, "Can I take your picture? Do you mind?" And he said, "Well, yeah, you can take my picture, but just don't put it anywhere, because I told my wife that I gave up smoking cigars 20 years ago." There was such interesting energy down at the beach, music and people performing and singing, a lot of Yiddish songs. There was a sign that says there's a limit, 2 songs per person. And in the years that I went down to this kiosk, nobody stopped at 2 songs. This was in front of what was then the Amsterdam Palace, which was an apartment house on Ocean Drive. Became the Versace mansion later. Remember this woman, she'll reappear. There was a lot of Yiddish newspapers. He's holding the forward here, and you can see the sidewalks were empty. I mean, this was probably a crowded day down at the beach. In many of the hotels, there were little synagogues, and this one was in the basement, I think, of the Primrose. This was the rabbi, a Holocaust survivor. I photographed many Holocaust survivors amongst the denizens of South Beach. Call it out if you remember it. Wolfie's. Wolfie's Celebrity Corner Restaurant. Free pickles and coleslaw. Sisters. This is the woman who was photographed earlier in front of the Amsterdam Palace. Her name was Susie Feld, an extraordinary person. And I said, years later, I said, Susie, they want to use your picture on the cover of my book. Is it okay, you know? I think I could get you some money probably for it. And she was very sick at this time, very ill. And she said, no, Richard, you know, you keep whatever money. You're starting a family. I want you to have it. And I said, Susie, can I take your picture one last time? And she had been very sick, and she was all shrunken up. And she blossomed from that sunken posture into a rose and basically reached towards the sun and the wind, and I was able to capture her for the last time I saw her. Washington Street Barbershop, I think it was called. Washington Avenue Barbershop. I came back the next year, and the storefront was just empty. There was nothing in it, completely white, and somebody told me who was next door that the barber had passed away, and his family had come and just cleaned out the barber shop. This to me was like a pietà. There were these spontaneous groups of Yiddish singers and performers on the beach. This is the end of a religious ceremony called Tashlik, where bread is tossed into the water. They're returning. This was a picture that symbolized the end of the era to me. It was the first of the European tourists arriving, and you can see she's surrounded by people who are just absolutely shocked. And I knew something was happening in South Beach. I didn't know what. I couldn't have predicted. That's just to amplify. These are my 3 other books that I did after Miami Beach. And some people ask me, can I buy the Miami Beach book? It's been out of print for many, many years. You can sometimes find used copies on Amazon or eBay, but there is a limited edition, and I'll self-promote here for a second. If somebody's interested in purchasing a limited edition of 250 copies that are slip-cased and come with a signed portrait that I did of Isaac Bashevis Singer. And I do have one with me if somebody wants to buy one. I put one in my carry-on when I came from the San Francisco Bay Area. And I'll end on that.
Thank you all. Those were extraordinary stories. Really appreciate hearing them. I kind of lost myself and forgot I had a job here. So let's start with questions. This is our only handheld mic, so if you can speak up, and if not, I'll try to repeat what you've said, your question. Anybody want to start? Go ahead, ma'am. No,
Hi, I lived in New York and went to college outside of New York. And when I graduated, I jumped in and worked with Landmarks Preservation Commission. And I did research for them as a volunteer. It was a fascinating time. And the Landmarks Preservation Commission was founded in answer to the destruction of Pennsylvania Station. And that was really what galvanized the preservation of architecture in New York. And did your preservation movement start? Was it sort of a domino effect that came trickling down the coast?
It wasn't even trickling, as I talked about before. It was really a struggle. And one of the things that we did, as a matter of fact, was invite the organization that you worked for, which is, say it again, Landmarks. We invited the people from Landmarks to come to Miami and look at our historic buildings. We have Nina here. Nina was one of the people who went. We all went up, all of us who could, first of all, to Landmarks to visit with them and invite them. And they came, and they were awestruck at what we had. It was the Municipal Art Society. Oh, not the Municipal Art Society that we went to, right. Anyway, they came, and we had a wonderful, I think it seemed like almost a week, and we showed them around, and it was that kind of publicity that came from that and from other people who came to Miami Beach early on. That became the trickle. There were people like, that was part of what I didn't do. So we had people who came to visit. The first one was Andy Warhol. He came in 1981 because he had heard about it, and he was all excited about coming to see these buildings. And that made a little impression on the powers that be, I believe. And after that came Don Johnson and Philip Michael Thomas, who did, of course, the Miami Vice. And it did portray kind of what we were like then. We had all that. We had the Scarface coming out of one of the buildings, the Scarface movie made. And then the film people caught on, and they came in droves with many of the films. If you want to hear more about the films, there's a tour at 2:30 today, and the tour director will talk all about all the films that were filmed here. That made another impression. Then the National Trust came to visit in 1982, the same year as we had the big hurricane here. And they made a big impression. They went with us to the City Commission and said, it's time, guys. Designate that whole district. Remember the one I told you, from 6th Street to 23rd Street? So the whole thing was done. But that was really only the beginning. And we needed people to follow through and build, which they did. We had brilliant developers at that time.
If you remember the people who were on that porch, they were all investors in South Beach. What they told us was that they could not get any Florida money. They could not, no institution in Florida would lend them money. And they had to draw on their resources. Saul Gross talked about, getting investors from New York, Tony Goldman as well. All of them came there. So it wasn't so much preservation that dripped down from New York. It was a lot of money that also dripped down from New York and was invested here in the late 80s and the early 90s.
Yeah, the thing I heard that was George Neary was the big early impact was the loss of the Roney Palace. And I was told by many people that lived here that was kind of the very beginning of thinking about preservation, because it shocked so many residents, like the Pennsylvania Station did, that such a gorgeous and a beautiful building would be demolished and destroyed. So I'm just mentioning that because that's even before many of us even thought about this place, but some of that tragedy is what caused so many other good things to happen. So, what year was that, George? I think 66, about, oh, is it 70-something? Oh, I'm not sure.
There are some 1,000 contributing buildings in the National Register District. And of those, certainly over 900 still exist. So, an exact number on the top of my head or even inside my head, I have no idea at this point, but that's pretty clear. We lost some buildings outside the district. The big hotel was now became the Floridian Biscaya, and that was actually outside the National Register District. And we've lost a large number of single-family homes, none of which were protected by local designation. So, it depends on where you look. In terms of the National Register District, I think the Miami Design Preservation League and the Preservation Movement and the people who are fellow travelers and collaborators have done a pretty good job of preserving those structures. Whether others outside of that district and outside of the other historic districts in Miami Beach, I think it's a more problematic question.
One of the most important things that we finally did was put in place, of course, a preservation board that was made up of 13 people. 3 of us were preservationists, and the other 10 were developers, lawyers, and property owners, and you can imagine. That lasted for a little while. Once we changed the election process in the city, and we were able to get more alert people who loved the preservation movement. That happened. But the one thing that I really would like to say is because what it did to the economy of this city. In 1983, from 1983 to 86, the resort tax tripled. That was quite something because the city, I believe, was on the verge of almost bankruptcy. The hotels weren't doing well. The condo movement was bringing people inwardly rather than having them out at the restaurants and doing. Well, at that time, they said, this is great. By 22 years, by 2018, we will have maybe another hundreds of thousands of dollars. Well, it turned out that look how organized I am here. The amount of resort tax this past year was 58.3 million and counting. The city totally turned around when the preservation movement really got going with real laws that protected the demolition. And that was the struggle. The National Trust coming here did a lot to turn it because that whole district was preserved. And the district preserve means that you don't demolish if you're a contributing building. You don't build things that are inappropriate in there. We have a historic preservation board now. We have a design review board now. All that had to be put in place to make it a real thing. And now it's real. And believe it or not, we're still struggling with certain things.
I am curious, as I listen to you today, Jeff's an historian and Richard is an author, how do you preserve the stories, right? How do you preserve the stories that you're telling, and for Richard, the stories of individuals who are such a part of the history of Miami Beach?
The text of the book is a conversation I had with Isaac Bashevis Singer, which to me made it as important as the photography. And through the text, Isaac was 80, I was about 40. I was telling him some of the stories that people were telling me, and that kind of formed a weaving throughout the book. So the book had two dimensions to it. I tried to take notes of things certain people told me, and but your question is right on the money. It's apt. How do we preserve those people and their stories and their histories? Many of them had led amazing lives and were Holocaust victims or had endured terrible tragedies in their lives. And so I would bring you to the text in a way, and you'll catch some of those stories. And Singer and I would kind of go back and forth because his life was also absolutely amazing. And it ended here in Miami Beach, surprisingly, because he was so well identified as a New Yorker. And before I hand back the microphone, I just want to say I've loved the Wolfsonian for many, many years. And so to be here today at the Wolfsonian is a particular honor for me. And I'll hand the mic back now.
Yes, we're grateful to the Wolfsonian for hosting us here today and for their capable staff who make our lives so easy. So thank you. You know, the preserving of the past is a very difficult task. And what's critical about it is the selection of what items from the past you're going to make pop. Because something could be preserved in a museum, in their storage facility, and never be seen. You could have a diary or a memoir that's never published. And so there's a really complicated process, and it also depends on the time in which somebody's seeking information about the past, because the questions that they'll ask depend upon their current concerns. You know, we have a racialized past in the United States, and yes, Miami Beach has part of that story, but I don't think you've seen too much about that. But now people are asking that question, and of course, the person who brought awareness of African American history and Art Deco to Miami Beach is right here. His name is George Neary in 1996. And so it depends on what questions somebody is asking at any given time. So one thing that is true, though, is that if you preserve the structure, you will, in fact, not only enable people to tell the story of that structure, but you'll also enable people to ask questions of that structure. And one basic question about this community is where and how were all of these 700 or so Art Deco buildings built in the 1930s, which, as you may remember, was the Great Depression. And so the existence of these buildings poses that question. And if they were not here, you wouldn't know enough about the past to ask the question. And that's, that's why, historians' work is, more complicated than dealing with, 25, 17-year-olds for hours during the day. But that's really that's part of the story.
Okay, we are 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay.
No, I just want to. I want you to know this is the first of a 3-part series. Tomorrow at 11 o'clock, same time, same place. Please come back, and you'll hear from another panel of preservation people about the preservation today. And then at 3 o'clock, I think it is, tomorrow, there's the preservation future. You'll hear about all kinds of things like sea rise and all the problems that we have, but yet you'll hear about where Miami Beach is going from here.
We are out of time. Thank you to our terrific panel. Thank you to our audience. Enjoy the rest of Art Deco weekend. Thanks for coming.
How'd it go? So glad it went well. I love the photos. I mean, I already saw them doing the presentation.
After all these emails.
So let me know your preference. We can either keep you set up over there with the microphone, and then you have a clicker. Okay, would you like to stand? So we'll keep you over here till next turn.
Actually,
I have a-
do you like to walk around? So I'm just thinking.
Right here, and if you want to walk around and click, so here, I'll show you an example.
Can I get mic, because my voice isn't,
Yeah,
Hold the mic down?
there's no way I can have it fastened to me.
I can. Yeah.
That'd be great.
Give me just 1 second. So let me show you really quick how the slideshow will work. I'll have this right here. So what you can do is we'll hook up a mic. In that case, I'm going to have him turn this off because if you have a mic, it's going to feedback. So we'll have you walk around like this. It's really neat because there's a little laser that you can press that so you can always. But you have this, or you can just. Let me get to ours. We don't want to, unless you want to get mic'd right now, but you're going to be walking around with it. I'll have him come by in like 10 minutes and we'll mic you up then. Until then, I'm just going to have our little slideshow going on. It's just a, evergreen slide. I'll talk to Javaris, and so maybe 5 minutes before the lecture starts.
And that's a water for him?
That's a water. Both of those are available for you if you'd like. And then, thank you. Appreciate it. I got it at Target. I love the pom-poms. So what I have set up is I have a schedule just to keep us on time. Michael Hughes is going to intro you. And then after Michael intros you, keep talking for as long as you want. When we're getting about, I'm giving 15 minutes for questions and answers. I'm sure there will be a lot. When we're getting 5 minutes away from the point where we need to wrap it up on your talk segment, I'll be in the back and I'll just go like this. So that when I do that, pretend you don't even see me. Just know that means you have 5 more minutes.
I'll try to speed up. I mean, I might be 15 minutes. I might be a little more than 40.
That's fine. Do you want to?
But I go quickly, but I will.
Yeah, he's done this many times, and he's very fast.
Okay.
But since there's nobody like right on us.
Yeah.
Tim
is after you, and Tim.
But what I'm saying is there's nobody right after us.
Yeah.
There's an hour in between. And even then, there were some nuggets that we could have gotten because everybody was so Nazi about it. But I just don't know, but honestly, let him do the content rather than the Q&A.
Okay. So we'll squeeze it. I'll wait until.
Prioritize that more than the content is more important than the Q&A.
Okay, and if we go over a little, that's fine.
That's what I'm saying. It shouldn't be that. We used to do them one after the other, and we learned that that's not the way to do it.
So fine. If we're supposed to be ending this talk at 1 p.m., why don't? I'm sorry, at 2 p.m. My bad. If we're supposed to end at 2, let's say that if we end up going, if he ends up speaking till 2, that's fine, and we can like Q&A go till like 2:10, 2:15. It's fine.
If people have to leave, they leave.
Okay.
But I just, there were some nuggets there that I wanted. I'm sorry we cut short.
I feel bad because Nancy wanted me to be in the back clicking through her presentation, and I couldn't see very badly. So when it clicked through to Jeff's name, I went back, and she thought that she was supposed to finish, and I felt so bad because I can't say, no, keep going.
Yeah, okay.
So that's what happened with that one.
Look, everyone's trying their best.
Do you want, Dawn, do you want the lights on like this, or do you want to keep them dimmed?
There's so many great visuals, and that's why I yelled to turn the lights off.
Here's what you can do. When you're ready to turn it off, you just press this button with the tape, and it'll dim it like this. Is this dim enough, or you want dimmer?
Take them all off.
All the way?
So that's the one with the tape. Yeah, okay.
Hi.
Oh, I'm sorry? Say that again? Right.
Film it.
what? So I can keep it at this level where it's a little dim, and then what he can do is, all he has to do is press this. There's. You can handle this? Okay, so, but I'm gonna keep it like this until people get in, because we have a lot of people that won't be able to find their seats.
All right,
So
and
look,
then
we're gonna keep it on this. Don, when you're ready to turn the lights off, this bottom one, press it, and it'll turn it off. Yep, bottom.
do you want me to do it, Don, to hit the bottom one when you're ready? I don't mind.
So we're going like
Yeah,
this,
and then we're gonna just hit the bottom one.
bottom.
Okay.
So just
Turn it
remember
to the-
tape
that's
or
right,
bottom.
perfect,
Tape or
perfect.
bottom.
Okay. Hi, Christopher. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. I wasn't, yeah. Because there's so many visuals, and like last time too, when they leave the lights up for the visuals, it's like, oh, I go crazy. So, but I'll shut the light. I'm gonna put myself in the front row, John, and I will shut the lights on for you.
Either way, I have lights on my camera, so we'll turn them on and
Okay. Okay. Sounds good. So, we'll start pretty much on time. Anything else you need from me?
No, I'm just telling you what I'm going to do is near the end, I want to put a paragraph or two, so I'll take this. This way I don't even have to flex my lights.
Okay, sounds great. I'm gonna go tell Javaris that we're gonna make music up. 95th Street is named after Ivy Singer. And there was this wonderful little coffee shop that used to be there, and we were there, whatever Tokyo, and on this little table is a plaque that said, "This is where he found out he wanted to Nobel Prize." Oh, I didn't know that. And there's like a phone booth in the background there. It's a pain. So that's what they were talking about, like place and everything. And Nancy kind of got it wrong. She thought we were working with the landmark. No, she has a community here. So she said we work with the landmark. Our society. We brought them down, and I don't think anybody understood that that was like the
This
Okay, we're gonna get Javaris to mic you up.
This is forward.
Yes.
That's backwards.
Yes. And just stick away from this microphone for a minute, because otherwise we get feedback, so Javaris has to turn
Okay.
it off.
Okay. Okay. All right, okay.
It's the beach.
Good. Okay. 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 Okay.
You're on, Don.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, all right. Okay. Okay.
Oh, thank you very much. One of these days, I keep on saying when things calm down, but they never calm down.
And I told Henry I can meet me in the auditorium. He's over at MDPL.
So he knows to come here?
Yeah, he just
Okay.
called me and
All
I'm
right.
like, I'm in the auditorium.
Everybody calm down. It's just.
Trust a man in a Nehru jacket.
Oh, well, that,
I saw Nick wander back here and I thought he was going to sit down and then he wandered off again.
I know it's hard for you, I see.
all right, well, people. Yeah, it's filling up a little. Yeah, yeah, whatever. About what?
Richard went in with her, there's nothing in there, and she went to the front desk,
Yeah.
so I don't know.
Hi, great to see you.
Good.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, look.
Right?
It's I'm Mike. It's great to see you. I'm Mike. Okay.
All right, we'll see what we can do when we get there. In the meantime, this is for posterity. You got a full house now.
Yeah.
And I'm just waving people in. People don't know where to go when they come in here. So, and just enjoy it and take your time and just have fun.
Going down, yeah.
too.
Yeah. Yeah, probably will, yeah.
Everyone, ooh. Welcome to the Wolfsonian. My name is Michael Hughes, and it's my pleasure to thank you, to welcome you all during this Art Deco weekend. If you haven't seen the program, it's outside on our desk, and I certainly encourage you to look through it. There's also a little plug for our exhibition upstairs, Deco Luxury to Mass Market. It's open free to all of you who are attending Art Deco weekend. So certainly if you finish up today and want to see the galleries, you may. There's also 2 other exhibitions on view, so certainly take the time to see the Wolfsonian. One of the exhibitions is from our sister institution in Genoa, and recognizing that, we have started a film series, and on February 3rd is our next film at the Miami Beach Cinematheque. It's Italian style on screen. We're showing a 1955 film called The Girlfriend, and our friend Sylvia Bertisione there will be the tour guide at 5 o'clock, and she's our curator, and we certainly welcome you to see that and be a part of it. If you are not a member of either MDPL or the Wolfsonian or both, I encourage that. We are member-supported organizations. Since I'm the development director, our revenue model is all of you, much like they say on TV, on Channel 2. So that's important to note. We were having a lot of cell phones going off in the earlier program, so if your cell phone is on or active, you know the drill. Just try to mute that, put it on vibrate, or at least if you're expecting a call, have it nearby so you can get that call quickly, I guess. I'm delighted to be able to introduce Don Worth, and I'm going to say both he and his wife, Nina, and if you don't know them personally, are people that do what's right, what's noble, and what's necessary. And whether it's in Shanghai or Virginia Key or right here on Miami Beach, they have been at the center of activity around art, preservation. I put some words down: imaginative, adaptive reuse, artistic inspiration, and of course, important preservation work. So there's no better forum than Art Deco Weekend to have Don speak about the Miami Marine Stadium and the endeavors he's been doing for over a decade. But their decades of involvement in our community is well deserved of our praise, and we are glad they're here today. So Don, it's your floor. Enjoy the talk, everyone.
Can you help me dim the lights? Can you hear me? Okay. Michael is one of these incredibly effective people who does amazing things quietly, like the event you did last weekend at the Wolfsonian, or our Shanghai project where you nonchalantly told us you had raised all the money for it. And Nina and I, to echo what Michael has said, we love this museum. This is our Cheers Museum. We're here all the time, and we really recommend you join. And I'd also love to give a plug for Miami Design Preservation League. Everything around you is really due to them. And my wife, Nina, who is head of membership. And membership in this organization is so important right now at a time where we have a lot of development interest. Some of them are good and they want to work with preservationists, and some of them don't. And we need a strong organization, and this organization right now is very much on the move. You know that if you saw the Marian Del Vecchio exhibit that opened last week. It seems almost every week there's a new partnership opportunity, and I would especially urge you to join as a member now, today or tomorrow, because there is a membership special. You will get a great gift if you join. I am not going to tell you what it is. You'll have to go to Nina or go to the membership table on 10th Street, and it's half price. I mean, it's a really great gift, but I'm not going to tell you. Trust me, you will be happy. So please consider it and help strengthen this organization. So I just want to start with just a couple of housekeeping issues. I'd like to see a show of hands. Who here would like to see the Marine Stadium get restored? Okay, a lot of people. Well, there is something you can do very simply. We have a Facebook page called Restore Marine Stadium. Please sign up for our Facebook page. This movement has been people-powered. We don't have David Beckham or a big developer. The only reason we have gotten any place is because when we've needed support, we've had a strong outpouring, and we will call on you. So to get updates, go to Restore Marine Stadium on Facebook, like it. We post about once a week. We try to be informative and friendly and fun, and you'll know what's going on and know when you can help. Secondly, this is the 102nd time I've done this presentation over the last 9.5 years. I really enjoy it. If you like it, come up to me afterwards. Maybe you know of an organization, an arts group, an environmental group, a business group. It's so important to get the word out in terms of this building, and I'm delighted to make presentations. They can be as long or as short or as necessary. One question for people. If I can see a show of hands, who went to events at the Marine Stadium? Okay, a few people. What are some of the things that you did? Jimmy Buffett. What else?
Boston Pops.
Boxing, Boston Pops. Anything else? What? Boat racing, yes. Well, I never went. Nina and I, we never went to a Marine Stadium event. We didn't get here, actually, till after it closed in 1992. But what we learned from talking to so many people is that this is a magical place. It's a special place. People get emotional when they talk about it. We're not really talking here about just preserving a building and the architecture. We're talking about reinventing a place where people can have literally life-changing moments. If the Marine Stadium were a horse race, it would be the trifecta. The architecture gives it the wow, the history gives it its soul, and the future is bright as anything as you can imagine. But all of the efforts we've done in trying to restore this building, we've had so many ups and downs. It would also be the story of a great American movie, which is success, failure, and redemption. So settle back. If you're familiar with the stadium, this is going to be looking at your past. But this presentation is really not about the past, it's about a future, and it's about how you can enjoy this place. So we're going to start now. If I can make this thing work. Where do I point this? Anywhere, okay? Maybe I'm not pressing it. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. The left one? Right. Okay. So we're going to start now with the architecture because the Marine Stadium is really admired by architecture fans from around the world. And by the time we finish, we fully expect it's going to be considered on the same plane as the Sydney Opera House, a great building that symbolizes really a great city. So what is it that makes it so special? To answer that question, I have to give you a 45-second lecture on modern architecture. In the 20th century, architecture changed more than it had in the previous 5,000 years. Why is that? Use of new building materials, concrete, glass, and stone, and steel. The idea that less is more, form follows function, and elimination of ornamentation. And in the 1920s, there was an architect named Le Corbusier. All right, there we are. He was a French architect, and he loved experimenting with concrete. He built wooden forms on the site, and he poured the concrete into those forms, and he created very, very sculptural buildings. He was followed by an Italian architect named Luigi Nervi, a Mexican architect named Felix Candela, a Finnish architect named Eero Saarinen. In the 30s, 40s, and 50s, there were a series of sports stadiums built in Europe and in Latin America, all of concrete, all very sculptural, and the Marine Stadium comes from that tradition. Well, the stadium was built in 1963 designed in 1963 by Felix Candela, who really exemplified the Miami experience. He was 27 when he designed it. He was educated at the University of Havana and at Georgia Tech. Of course, the thing when people think about the stadium that they really note is the roof. In mid-century architecture, you have what's called a cantilever. Cantilever is an overhang. It's what makes these mid-century buildings look so sleek and modern. Well, look at that cantilever. It's not a 3 or 4 foot long cantilever, it's 56 feet wide. It's more like the span of an alligator's jaws. Not only was the Marine Stadium wide, but it was long. And at 326 feet, when it was built, it was the longest span of cantilevered concrete in the world. Not only was it wide and long, but, if I can get this thing to work properly, it was complicated because the Marine Stadium roof is a double-sided row of hyperbolic paraboloids. Now, if you want to know what a hyperbolic paraboloid is, look it up in Wikipedia and your eyes will glaze over after the second sentence. Here's all you need to know. Take a piece of paper, put your thumb in the middle of it. It creates a shape that has rounded edges and straight edges. That's a hyperbolic paraboloid. Well, buildings get built for many different reasons, and the Marine Stadium got built for a very different reason. In the 1950s and 60s, Miami was a center for boat racing, but there was a problem. When the boat racers were in Biscayne Bay, they would bump into coconuts, and when you did that, you could really flip. In addition, there was no place to watch the race, so there was this momentum developed to try to figure a way to turn boat racing into a tourist attraction. Well, there was a guy named Mel Reese, who was a city manager at the time, who was described to me by the former Miami Maurice Ferre as like a, quote, benevolent military dictator from a Caribbean island nation. And he came up with this nutty idea to build a stadium. But if you were going to build a stadium, you also had to build the, I am not doing very well with this. I'm going to ask you, Nina, to do the flicking.
Okay, but we have to go back.
Okay, there we are. Okay. But in order to build the stadium, you also had to build the race course. This is Virginia Key, a 1947 photo. So what the city did in 1962 is they basically went to this area, and for $2 million, they dredged out a race course, and they built a stadium. So when you see here, here's the site. This is the early 50s and from the same vantage point. And here is the, whoops, I'm really having difficulty. Okay, I'll just say next. Okay, back one. Okay, back, wrong way. Nope, wrong way. You're going the wrong way. You're going the other way there. Going, wrong one. Okay, we're getting there. Keep going. Okay, so here we are. So here is the area where the stadium was, and you can see where the stadium is on right now is it's dredged, and that it's sitting on landfill. Next. So here is the race course. It's 6,000 feet long by 1,200 feet wide. You can put the Washington Mall inside it, also Central Park. You can see that island up to the left. That's actually the Spoil Island, which was a center for 3 different race courses. That indentation down there, that was the pit area. Now, the stadium is in the shape of an elongated oval. And if you think that shape is vaguely familiar to you, next slide. Well, you're right, because it's modeled directly on the Circus Maximus in Rome. This is where Ben-Hur raced the chariots. It's not the Colosseum. It's nearby. The Circus Maximus still exists, although those buildings around it don't. The only difference is that our aquatic Circus Maximus is actually 3 times larger than this one. Next. Well, the real heroes of our story are the engineer and the workman. The stadium was actually conceived as an engine. Nope, back please. The stadium was back. That's it. Okay, you had it? That's it. The stadium was conceived of as an engineering project, and a firm named Dignam Engineers got the job. There were 6 engineers in the firm. 5 of them turned down the job, and a guy named Jack Meyer was stuck with it. Jack said this was the most difficult engineering project he did in his life. Remember, this is before the ages of computers and CAD/CAM, and there are all these swoops and curves. He was interviewed in a design magazine a few years ago. You've never seen so many cuss words in the magazine. These are the forms. Remember, this is poured-in-place concrete. These are the wooden forms upon which the concrete was poured. And these are photos taken by one of the construction workers. Next. Well, the work was miserable and hot. Here they are, the workmen were on the roof, and Jack said that the workmen on this job were the best workmen in the city. They took great pride in what they do. They actually came to his office on a Friday afternoon with a 40-foot-long roll of butcher paper laying out all of the rebar. The rebar are the metal reinforcing rods because they really wanted to get it right. By the way, they used galvanized rebar in the roof, almost unheard of, and that's why that roof is in a lot better shape than people think. Next. Well, the stadium design was actually sort of a combination of the odd couple. You had Hilario Candela, the architect artiste from Havana, and you had Jack Meyer, the straight-laced engineer from North Carolina. Jack said that Hilario drove him crazy with all of his changes. And even here, with this beautiful base where these three columns meet, Hilario wanted to put a big hole in the middle of it as a design element. It would have been fine structurally, but Jack and the contractor said, "We can't stand it anymore. You're not getting your hole." Next. Next. So here's Jack, and the first time I spoke to him, which was almost 11 years ago, I asked him, was the stadium damaged by Hurricane Andrew? He got angry at me. He said, no, the stadium wasn't damaged by the hurricane. I designed that building to last 100 years. It's not going to fall down, and if they blow it up, it'll all come down in one piece. Jack was so proud of the work he did. He told me that when they loaded the roof, which was a wooden form with concrete, he thought it would dip by 18 inches. It only dipped by 6 inches. And as part of his guesswork on the roof, this is why this project was so difficult, there are 5 different grades of concrete from coarse to thin. He had to figure out when to stop one and when to start the other. It was all guesswork. He's standing next to Nathan Brown, a student of the School of Engineering at Princeton University. Princeton has made a cottage industry of studying this building. Nathan wrote his thesis on it. It won multiple awards, and the basic point of Nathan's thesis was that Jack Meyer over-engineered this building, made it stronger than it needed to be. Next. So I'm going to show you some views of Miami back in the 60s. It's pretty amazing. Next. By the way, the roof is sort of curved on both sides. It's just the angle of the camera there. Hilario very lyrically wanted that roof to mirror the waves of the ocean or the sails of a sailboat. He was really inspired when he visited the Dulles Airport Terminal by Saarinen in Washington, D.C. You can see also, by the way, that row of Australian pines that was planted on the other side of the basin. They now have grown up. They were an important windbreak for boat racers, and now they're a very important windbreak for rowers. Next. Old angle of the stadium. Next. So what's interesting about the Marine Stadium is it's actually the first green stadium. This was another study done for us by Princeton University. They calculated that basically Hilario Candela designed this building so that all of the seats are in shade from 12 o'clock on all day, all year round. Between that and the fact that it's open from 4 sides and picks up the breeze from the water, the average temperature in the stadium is actually 10 degrees cooler than the air around it. So you can be in Miami on a baking hot day and you're perfectly comfortable at the stadium. And the seats are so elevated, the sight lines are great. Next. 1/3 of this building is built over the water. 1/3 of the seats are built over the water. This is not something you could do today. The stadium would be really set back. It's also why the views are so great of any event on the water. Next. Anybody know what this building is? Correct. This is the Tropicana nightclub in Havana. Undoubtedly the most famous nightclub in the world, the inspiration for all of Las Vegas. They had lavish floor shows in the 50s and 60s. Inspiration for Studio 54, Frank Sinatra, Nat King Cole played here. The great Cuban singer Benny Murray played here. He was an alcoholic, but he refused to get drunk. Hilario Candela, when he was young, he was here, he saw Josephine Baker. But it's also significant from an architectural point of view. This is called the Arcos de Cristal, which is ribbons alternating of concrete and glass. This poured-in-place concrete. It was designed by Max Borges Jr., a Cuban architect who passed away a few years ago. Next. And here's the Marine Stadium roof, and that's significant because Hilario Candela apprenticed with Max Borges Jr. So you can say there is a direct lineage from this building to the most famous modern building in pre-Castro Havana. But remember, the engineering work was done by Jack Meyer. Jack was Commodore of Biscayne Bay Yacht Club, the oldest organization in Miami, founded by Commodore Ralph Middleton Monroe. This is the Ralph Middleton Monroe Marine Stadium. So as now we have all these architects coming from all over the world to build buildings, the Marine Stadium is a purely Miami building. Next. So let's get to some of the things that happened here. Well, before there were the Marlins, Dolphins, and Heat, before there were 500 channels on television, on cable TV, there was boat racing. Boat racing was the sport in Miami, and Miami was the boat racing capital of the United States, and the stadium was the best place in the world to watch a boat race. Next. So a boat race could last for 5 laps. It could also last for 9 hours. This is the Mike Gordon 225, named after the seafood restaurant. What this is what's called a modified Le Mans start. All of the boats are lined up at the bottom of the basin. They're actually plugged into batteries. The gun goes off. The flag goes down. People on the beach pull out the plugs of the batteries from the boats, and off they go. Next. Hi. Okay, well, there are 15 different classes of race boats. There is inboards, there is outboards, there are stock boats, there are modified boats. The inboard boats, by the way, can only turn to the left. That's why the courses run counterclockwise. Those cranes are the lift the boats in and out of the water. Next. But the boats that everybody remembers are the unlimited hydroplanes. Unlimited because you could do anything to them. They were originally powered by World War II aircraft engines, Allisons or Rolls-Royces, and they made a racket. They were called the Thunderboats. Now they're powered by jet engines, the jets from the Chinook helicopter. Next. Well, boat racing was, and still continues to be, although not as badly, a very dangerous sport. This is the triple flip. It's part of a sequence of the most famous photographs in boat racing history. It happened at the Marine Stadium. You see people going into the water there. Miraculously, nobody got hurt. But plenty of people did get hurt. On turn 1, at least 5 boat racers died. Notice, by the way, that the engines, those are Mercury engines. Mercury Marine is the name in boat racing. If you go onto their website, this is what's on there. And Carl Kiekhaefer, who is the legendary founder of Mercury Marine, very, very famous in boating and automobile circles, was actually at the Marine Stadium and helped plan opening night. Well, next. Well, any sport that was this dangerous would attract risk takers and pirates and characters. And we had plenty of them at the Marine Stadium. This is Buddy Plumo, who was the president of Yes Bank, hence the name Second Mortgage. And Buddy really didn't care about winning, but he was a showman. So what he used to do is he would drive his boat as close to the stadium as he could. These E-class boats kicked up a huge amount of spray, and people would hang onto the rail to get wet. Next. And this was sort of happened at the stadium. This is Queenie the water skiing elephant. Queenie was the spokes elephant for Mercury Marine, and the tagline went, Mercury Marine, strong enough to tow an elephant, but cost peanuts to operate. Well, what happened here, basically, was that Queenie was brought in for an Orange Bowl regatta, but it took him an extra 20 minutes to get the elephant up on water skis. At this point, they had already started a boat race, and I interviewed one of the boat racers of the era, Buddy Byers, who said he remembered this day because he rounds turn 1, and he looks up and he sees a water skiing elephant heading directly towards him. I just asked Buddy, well, how did you feel? And he just said, I just wanted to have a drink. Next. Well, boat racing wasn't enough to sustain this place, so Mel Reese came up with another one of his crackpot ideas, which was to get a floating stage. So the city bought a barge for $63,000. They moored it across the way, and they towed it in front of the stadium, and they began doing concerts. Initially, classical music, the Miami Philharmonic, the Boston Pops, Peter Nero, Mitch Miller. You could see there was a gangplank there. Then they began to move on to more progressive things, jazz, Benny Goodman, Cab Calloway, Herbie Mann, Stan Kenton, next. And at these events, the stage would be surrounded by boats, next. And it was really quite a scene. The people in the boats would look at the people in the stands, and I read an article in the Chicago Sun-Times which said, no flushing, no fishing, no barbecuing during the race. Next. Many things happened here. There was a campaign rally. This is where Sammy Davis Jr. famously hugged Richard Nixon. 4th of July concerts with Marvin Hamlish. Easter sunrise services next. Of course, boxing and wrestling, the Dundee brothers who managed Cassius Clay / Muhammad Ali did these events. The wrestler Dusty Rhodes got thrown into the water. Next. Of course, the rock concerts were absolutely wild. There'd be people in the water. You had Steppenwolf and Molly Hatchet. Leonard Skinner almost caused a riot. I've heard so many stories. I think my favorite one was there was Dave Brubeck and his son's concert, and there was a woman hanging on to the floating stage. She kept trying to climb up. Every time she did, the crowd went wild. Brubeck thought they were applauding for him. He played 12 encores. His sons kept looking at him going, Dad, it's not about you. Next. So, of course, Jimmy Buffett was the most famous performer who really performed there. Usually when I speak, a quarter of the people saw him. This is him jumping off the floating stage. He has this photograph actually up on his wall in his office behind Palm Beach. And his concert Live at the Bay, 1985, you can still find DVDs of it. You can look at it on YouTube too, and it was just electric. And on your right, yes, that's Queen. Queen played there for $3 in 1975. I just checked the dates there. They played in March. They didn't release Bohemian Rhapsody until August. Next. Anybody know who this is? Well, Elvis was sort of in the building. They filmed a movie here, Clam Bake, which is actually a lot of fun. This is an early version of Photoshop. Next. So all of these things happened from 1963 to 1991. All these events, many, many things, and then it stopped. So people say, well, why did it stop? Because the last few years, the stadium was going downhill. And there were several reasons for it. For one, the city of Miami was managing it, and I believe cities should not do things like run hotels or restaurants or marine stadiums. I once spoke to Merritt Stirheim, and if any of you know him, he's been a senior government official in Miami for 50 years. He said one time when he became manager of the city in the early 80s, he learned that the woman who had been assigned to be his secretary was actually managing the stadium. And there were also people in Miami who would be very happy for this thing not to work because this is a valuable piece of land. Next. So in 1992, you had Hurricane Andrew. After Hurricane Andrew, the city said, well, the stadium's damaged by the hurricane. We have to demolish it. They got $1 million from FEMA. FEMA was just about to start the jackhammers. The insurance company for the city said, wait a minute, we're not sure about this. They did an engineering study. The engineering study said, the building's fine. The stadium was not damaged by the hurricane. There was a big furor, and then the building sat. Next. So this is really the low point in our story. In 2007, the city hired a planning firm to do a master plan of Virginia Key, and they came to a charrette of 200 people and presented the initial plan, and you can see what they said. Existing marine stadium and parking, large parcel of land, blighted, unsafe, disrepair. Opportunities for redevelopment could be a major source of tax revenue. Well, the first question from the 200 people was, excuse me, I don't see the Marine Stadium on your new plan. Where is it? And the consultant said, well, we're going to demolish it. It's not feasible. It was damaged by the hurricane, which people still believe. There was a big furor, and the city said, okay, and they sort of went back to their cubbyhole. Next. So now I'm going to show you what the stadium looks like today. And I have to confess, actually, some of these photos are a few years old, but you'll get the idea. Next. So there are a lot fewer, this photo is old, there are a lot fewer seats, everything is shot. Next. The seats are shot, the railings are shot, everything's been vandalized, everything's been sitting there for a long time. Next. Actually, the portion of the structure that is most comprised is not the roof, but the 1/3 of the building that's built over the water. Because if you know with concrete, the worst thing you can do is wet dry, wet dry, wet dry. And that's what happens here. This is actually a recent picture. You can see all of the bad concrete, and yet in spite of that, even that section we're able to repair. Next. This was another low point. This is a fireboat shooting salt water at the stadium. This is actually a photo taken by an engineering firm we had called in 2009. And if you want to damage concrete, here's how you do it. Because salt water on concrete includes chloride. The chloride seeps into the cracks. When it hits the rebar, which is the metal rusts, expands, bends. So several months later, we were meeting with the city manager, and we just put this photograph on his desk, and we said nothing. And he almost doubled over. In defense of the city, this was an honest mistake. Nobody knew. The fire department was just taking target practice, but in a deeper way, it really reflects the attitude of the city in the early days of the advocacy for this. They wanted this building to fall down. When we had meetings with the city administration, they were very clipped. We got one-sentence answers. Next. In spite of that, over the last 20 years after the stadium was closed, it's become a real focus for all kinds of athletics. The Miami Rowing Club has always been there, but you now have dragon boats, stand-up paddle boards, Polynesian outriggers. It's also a great area for triathlons. It's become a real important area for both everyday athletic activity and elite events. Next. Of course, the artists have discovered it. They discovered it very early. Many artists have painted there. The Marine Stadium was referred to as the Marine Stadium Pennant. Pennant is short for penitentiary, and pennant is a word that street artists use when they find a place that is sort of off the map where they can paint freely. Next. There are areas of the stadium where there are literally 200 coats of paint. People would come in, they would sneak through the fence, paint, somebody would go back in and tag it. Next. They would also do the seats. Next. And photographers would follow because one person said, the Marine Stadium is like a beautiful person. It can't take a bad photo. This is a high dynamic range photograph taken by a guy named Jay Konigsberg. Next. And other artists would follow. This is a guy by the name of Todd Fox who just loved the stadium and he would put his camera on a timer to take these pictures. Basically, Miami's creative community discovered the stadium quietly between 1992 and really up till now, and they've kept this place alive and reinvented it. Next. And people wanted to go in there for fashion shoots, wedding shoots. This is a woman who has a fashion blog. I found this on the web. She snuck into the stadium, and there's a whole series of photos of her walking through the stadium. Next. And then the city of Miami learned that advertisers and ad agencies love these grungy places, and this was a shoot of a commercial, actually, for a new speaker for a Mac. Next. In spite of it all, the stadium still stands there proudly, abused, ignored, deserted. Next. That green stuff is just water on the roof. Next. With these views that are incredible. They're better than they were than when the stadium was operating, as Miami has just grown up. Next. With this roof that looks like it's going to fall down, but I always remember what Jack Myers said, it's not going to fall down, and all the engineering studies that have been done, he was right. Next. So, what happened? How have we gotten this thing going, and where are we? So 11 years ago, almost to the day, January 29th, 2008, at a meeting of Dade Heritage Trust. If you don't know Dade Heritage Trust, it's the county preservation organization, as MDPL is the city of Miami Beach Preservation Organization. We were at that meeting and we said, the Marine Stadium, what's going on with it? Let's form a group to kickstart it. And we did, and we formed a subgroup called Friends of Miami Marine Stadium, and I'll never forget the next meeting. When you have a meeting of preservation advocates, usually 5 people show up, and it's the same 5 people. When I walked into that meeting, there were 20 people, and I didn't know any of them. And I knew then that something was different. Next. So the first thing we really did was we got the building designated historic by the city of Miami. We frankly did an end around. The mayor, commission, and administration, they were working on a master plan for Virginia Key. They didn't expect that this group was going to arise out of nothing and get the building designated, which would provide some level of protection, and we did. Then we immediately began contacting larger organizations to give us some credibility. So here's the World Monuments Fund, maybe the most important organization in the world devoted to architectural heritage and conservation. They named us in 2009 to their watch list, a very prestigious designation. They also provided some money for an engineering study. In the same year, the National Trust for Historic Preservation named us to their 11 most endangered list. So very shortly, we got the 2 premium designations from the 2 most significant historic preservation groups. Next. Then we began getting press. The Miami Herald did about 10 editorials in support of us. Next. Loads of press, boating magazines. Next. Architecture magazines, local, national, international. Getting press on this thing was so easy. It was just so much fun to pitch it. Next. Then we began doing events. I got a call one day from the program director of the World Monuments Fund, and he said, why don't you guys do a design contest for a new floating stage? Doesn't have to be practical, but create some buzz, get people thinking, have some fun. So we partnered with a local organization called Downtown, and we did this contest, and we had 90 entries from around the world. This is actually the second place finisher. It's my favorite. This one was from Copenhagen, Denmark. That flying saucer roof flips up to become a movie screen. The other 4 members of our top 5, one was from Nebraska, one was from Toronto, one was from Warsaw, Poland, and one was from Coral Gables. Next. And this was a dinner we had to honor Jack Meyer. We did it at the Biscayne Bay Yacht Club. We had 170 people, 3 engineering organizations, his school, and I'm so thrilled we did it. Nina and I sat with Jack at the table, and he spent the whole evening taking a piece of paper, folding it, folding it, folding it. He had never experienced anything like this. 6 months later, he passed away. And that was sad, but I will forever be grateful that we gave to Jack the recognition and honor that he deserved. He's pictured there. Nina and I became very friendly with Jack and his wife, Nina. He's pictured there with Tomas Regalado, the mayor of Miami. And here's a lesson for all of us who are political activists. If you want to do a big project, you need a political champion. As hard as you need somebody up there who can really work your cause. Mayor Regalado was that person. He believed in the Marine Stadium. He felt it in his gut. He was actually working on it as commissioner before we became mayor, and there are a lot of people who've contributed to get us where we are, but without Mayor Regalado, who was obviously there that night, we wouldn't be anywhere. Next. So a few months later, we got a call from Audemars Piguet, the watch company, and they said, well, Art Basel is in 4 months, and here's what we'd like to do. We have these 2 French artists, and they want to design for us a full-size, inflatable, floating Swiss chalet. We want to put it on a barge. We want to moor it opposite the Marine Stadium. We want to uplight the stadium, uplight the barge, and have all these fancy parties on it. And we said, yeah. Well, we did it. And I have to point out here, Vincent Richter, who is chairman of the board of Dade Heritage Trust, who has contributed so much to this, including this would not have happened without Vincent, because he knows how to get things done. Next. So this is what it looked like the next night. It was spectacular. We had a party. It was a very controlled admission, and by 1 o'clock at night, word had gotten out. Lines were around the block. If anybody here is from Manhattan, you know that New York Post, page 6, is the gossip column in town, and the headline ran, "Pier Party Wows Art Crowd." Every year since then, we have had inquiries for Art Basel. When we get the stadium done, there will be something spectacular that will happen there every year. Audemars spent at least $500,000 on this. Next. So with all of the interest in street art, we began bringing in graffiti artists into the stadium, really from around the world. This is Logan Hicks, who's nationally known. Next. And this is an artist named Stinkfish. He's from Bogota, Colombia. You can, if you like his images, you can go to Prada and buy it on bags. That's him on the left. He refuses to be photographed Banksy style, so you're not supposed to know who he is. But we brought in 23 street artists, and we had a 7.5-minute feature story on the PBS Nightly News. Next. And we brought in a Miami artist named Hoxo. He and his crew did this in one day. Nia and I were there for it that day, and by the end of the day, they were delirious. Next. And here's Todd Fox sneaking back in. I call this one Fox and Hawks. Next. And here's Hoxo. We brought him back in to do another image. You can actually see that image now. Next. The Coral Gables Museum did a sensational exhibit with us called Concrete Paradise. We had a great exhibit. We had speakers and lectures, and History Miami liked it so much that after this exhibit closed, they said, can we have a smaller version of it? And we did. Next. And to cap off that exhibit, we had Gloria Estefan, Jimmy Buffett, and that's Emilio banging the top of a 12-inch saucepan. It was a great night. Jimmy had already cut a public service video for us. Gloria had been our spokesperson. Next. And we had a 50th birthday party for the stadium, and we celebrated by, of course, showing the movie Clambake. So with all of this, after all of this effort, over 6 years, the city of Miami said to us, okay, friends of Miami Marine Stadium, we'll give you 18 months to raise $30 million. Well, that's what we asked for. And this is where our story takes a dip. Next. And here's the appropriate image for it. So we had these 18 months to raise the $30 million. We actually thought we could do it. We had identified what we thought were some individuals and naming rights sponsors who we had reason to believe would be very open to having this building named for them. Well, it didn't happen. We scrambled around. Friends of Marine Stadium ended up coming up with a development plan, which I will only describe as ill-advised. It got unanimously rejected by the city commission. There was very ugly fallout, and this effort had failed. It was personally a really, really difficult and upsetting time as we went from being the white knight saving this building to something else. But in the disaster of all of that, there was actually a good glimmer that emerged, which is that the city decided to take over the project. I remember sitting there listening to the commissioners, and the attitude almost was, well, Friends of Miami Marine Stadium failed, but, well, we can do it. Yeah, we can do it. And so even though our group had failed in being the stewards of this building, in a larger sense, we had really helped win this major battle by getting the city, which up to this point had fought us every step in the way, to be in favor and to take on the responsibility of the stadium itself. So now I'm going to show you where things have traveled now. Next. So as part of that failed plan, it included the Miami Boat Show. And this is one of these issues, if you're an advocate, where you sort of have to make a tough decision. The boat show had to move from Miami Beach. They had to be gone because of the renovation of the building. They had decided that the stadium would be a perfect setting for them because they could do boats in the water, and they wanted to be part of this area. So should you go with the boat show and should you not? And I have to say there was a coalition of groups that worked on the master plan for Virginia Key, and there was a split here. And I can only tell you my own thinking, which was I believe that if the boat show had not come to this site, we would have lost it. This is the most valuable piece of waterfront property in Miami. I had met at least 4 developers who wanted to put hotels there. From being around in the city of Miami for 6 years, I can tell you if there had been a vacuum with nothing else going on there, there'd be hotels and condos on that site right now. So the boat show appeared to be a good proposition. It's temporary. It ices the site. While the boat show is there, you obviously can't build anything. Personally, I felt that they're very professional. They can deal with the traffic and environmental issues, which are key. I also saw them as a natural ally. They love the stadium. It could be a signature event for us, and it would create some good allies. So we allied ourselves with the boat show. We decided to engage rather than oppose. By contrast, Key Biscayne opposed. They spent 3 years and $1 million on legal fees to stop the show. They lost, and as a non-lawyer, you could figure out why they'd lose. One city, quite simply, cannot tell another city what to do. Nevertheless, there are issues there because it takes a long time for the boat show to set up. 4.5 months. Next. And this is the original approved master plan for Virginia Key, which shows a green space. The city has now hired a landscape designer to develop that space, but the issue is, how can you develop space meaningful if there is a show there for 4 months a year? So nobody knows quite what to do. Next. And also complicating the fact is not only do they build big up on land, but they have docks, floating docks. The docks now can hold 800 slips. It is the largest temporary floating dock installation in the world. This does not make the basin users happy. The rowers use about half of their rowing course. And this, right now, will impact the Marine Stadium because this is 4.5 months during peak time where access to the stadium is going to be impaired. So what's going to happen? I don't know. Over the next few years, this issue will have to be parsed. There are really several ways it can work. Some may involve the boat show, some may not. I wouldn't dare predict what's going to happen, but it's really the next major challenge for this project. Next. Well, in any event, we did decide to work with the boat show rather than box. We wanted to leverage the boat show's strength as much as we could. So for 3 years, we had a booth at the stadium, and we signed up literally 1,000 people. And these 3 people there are sort of the 3-legged stool of our now advocacy. I'm on the right in the blue jacket. I run a Facebook page, and I'm sort of a free agent moving in and between all of these groups. In the middle is Christine Rupp, the Executive Director of Dade Heritage Trust. DHT has long been involved in the stadium. And to the left is Jason Clement. He's a Director of Marketing for the National Trust. The Trust has been working with us for 9 years, and we're so fortunate that of all of the projects they do nationwide, they have probably spent more effort on our building than anything else. Next. Well, through our involvement at the boat show, here's another good thing happened. We were introduced to Heineken, which was the beer sponsor. And Heineken said to us, we want to be involved with the Marine Stadium. We've done crowdfunding campaigns in other cities for projects. We'd like to do a crowdfunding campaign for you. So they collaborated with the National Trust 2 years ago. We sold seats from the stadium, other paraphernalia. All told, we raised over $100,000. But to me, the more important part of that effort is the fact that we finally got a great global brand that figured out that the Marine Stadium is a sensational opportunity for advertising. We have the coolest building in the hottest city around. And Heineken learned that. They did a internet video on the stadium that went viral with 39 million views. I read the advertising reports, and the social media and the media hits were off the charts. Heineken wants to continue working with the stadium. In fact, they're in town next week to discuss some plans, and this is very important for the commercial viability of the stadium. Next. Well, Heineken had some extra seats, and we figured we can't let those seats go to waste, so we had an idea. We know artists of all types love the Marine Stadium. Why don't we give these seats to artists, let them create art with found objects, and ask them for photographs and artist statements of the seats, and we can start a whole new way that the stadium will inspire Miami's art community. So we've been doing that for 2 years, and we have 60 seats completed, and I'm going to show you a few of the next generation of art inspired by the stadium. And I'd like to thank Angela Shylikoff. Is she here? Okay, well, she's been a great, great supporter and very involved in this, and a disc jockey, VJ Cyberpixie, who's helped us out. I am really, really excited. Can't wait to show you some of these things. You're among the first to see what we got. Next. So this is Bibi Andrade, a local artist. This is a semi-self-portrait from a series, The Adventures of Bibi. Next. And this is Jane Krupp, who's in the room, and this piece is Waterline, and it's meant to be the waterline between whether the Marine Stadium will sink or swim, and she's treated the metal and the seats themselves in different ways. Next. This is Ray Charles, who played at the stadium. This is Newton Wallace, and on the upper right-hand corner, you see actually a ticket from the Marine Stadium stub. Next. We have a number of environmental pieces. This is Becca Butler, who used to sail in the basin. So this is really using the seats as a great coral reef. Next. And this is Robert Sylvain, who regarded the Marine Stadium as really like a throne to view all of these events. He's Haitian. By the way, all of our artists are really, really diverse. You notice all these tools. There's a wrench, there's a rake. They all came from his backyard. And they all have a mystical meaning. And this whole seat is really sort of mystical to me. Next. This is a more abstract take. This one is meant to be taking directions from an IKEA assembly platform. I think it's really beautiful. It's really an example of color field. Next. And this is Monique Lasoy, who's actually in Miami from the Netherlands, learned to paint at the Royal Academy, a very classical technique, almost reminds me of Escher. People viewing events from the seats. Well, the two main things that everybody remembers from the stadium are Jimmy Buffett and boat racing, and we have terrific seats from each. Next. So this answers the question of what if the creature from The Shape of Water was in the basin listening to a Jimmy Buffett concert, saw Jimmy dive in, decided it was good, came out, became a Parrot Head fan, bought all the paraphernalia, and wanted to rock the night away. Next. There he is. Next. That was Paul Soliday, and here is Doug Hancock, who loved boat racing, and this is just amazing. You can see that pane of glass with the photograph of boats. That concrete base, which looks like it was ripped out of the Marine Stadium, he made it himself. He built the mold, he put in the rebar, he poured the concrete, he graffitied the base. And in addition to all of that, this is an interactive piece because you sit in that seat, you push the button, and you hear an audio of the unlimited hydroplanes racing at Marine Stadium. We also had photos of artists in their seat. This is Courtney Einhorn capturing some of the graffiti colors. Next. This is Enma Saiz. This is The Who in concert. They played there. You don't see it, but she actually, out of another seat, she actually built the whole Marine Stadium. Next. These are students from a high school, G. Holmes Braddock. We had a number of schools participate. Each slat is a different year in the stadium. Next. This is Paul and the Creature. Next. And this is Bob Rosengarten. And the theme of this one is the crowd awaits the opening. If you notice, the license plate is Florida 1963. That's the date the stadium was opened. He went all over the internet to find it. And I have to say that our artists have really worked and looked everywhere. They've done amazing jobs, and they were really inspired. So where we are now is that we're beginning to build the website. We're looking for some exhibition spaces. We have some possible ones. If you have any ideas, please let us know. Next. Well, obviously we've gotten the advocacy going, and then this happened 2 years ago. City Commission designates $45 million for Marine Stadium restoration. And I'll never forget how this happened. Regalado had put this on the commission agenda. He'd worked for it. We had done some significant lobbying. And when we were in the commission meeting, this item was bundled up with 2 or 3 other items. There was no public comment. There was no city presentation. There was no discussion by the city commission. Within 5 seconds, it was whistled through, and those of us who were there, Vincent, I don't know if you were there that day, but we walked out of there in a daze. We just said, what just happened? Well, is this good? Well, you bet it is. But we're not done. We have a couple of more approvals to go through. The city commission will change up in November. So while we have good momentum, there are still serious issues to be had. Next. Well, after this, the wheels have been turning. The city hired the architect. It's Richard Heisenbottle. He's in yellow. I don't know if he's here. Richard Heisenbottle's firm is probably the foremost preservation firm in Miami. They've done Vizcaya and Gusman. That's Hilario Candela, the original architect, standing just, if you look on the left, that's him. And I think it's pretty cool to have the architect who designed this building in 1962 to be working on its restoration in 2019. Yes, there are a gaggle of consultants because it's not that simple. You have 2 types of engineers: concrete restoration, concrete conservation, lighting, audio, theater design. Next. So the first thing they did was a phase 1 inspection of the building. What condition is it? What's it going to cost to renovate? Can it work? What do we have to do to comply with code? A charrette, what you can use it for. This took 6 months. Next. And that, by the way, is a graffiti of Hilario. And after 6 months, they came to the conclusion that the stadium can be renovated within budget. There are a variety of events that can be held there, and that the building can work. And the city commission then approved unanimously, okay, go forward with the design phase. Next. Well, a portion of all of this is the concrete restoration or concrete conservation, because there are 2 things you cannot do. You can't just paint the building, and frankly, we cannot leave the graffiti. As much as people like some of it, there are 200 coats of graffiti, as I mentioned, and frankly, that traps the chloride and leads to the deterioration of the building itself. So you have to remove the graffiti, but you have to figure out how to do that. You also have to be able to clean the concrete, and then you have to be able to patch it. And those things are more complicated than you would think. That's in green, Rosa Lowinger, whose firm really headed up the conservation effort, and they tested many things, different types of chemicals, spraying water, spraying other substances to see what would work best. Next. Kelly, I don't know if Kelly Chicola is here. She's on the team, but she's part of this. And by the way, this started before Richard Heisenbottle's work because we got funding for this for a grant from the Getty Foundation, which is probably the most important architectural conservation organization in the world. And it's interesting, the Getty Foundation had a pilot program of grants to figure out best practices to restore concrete in modern buildings. We got a very large grant. Some of the other buildings included in that cycle were the Salk Institute by Lewis Kahn, Frank Lloyd Wright's Farnsworth House, and the Sydney Opera House. So if you would ask the Getty Foundation, should the Marine Stadium be on the same plane as the Sydney Opera House, they would say, you bet. And one of the guys who worked on this effort was a guy named John Fiedler, who for 25 years was head of a Conservation for English Heritage, which is responsible for 400 monuments in Great Britain, including 66 castles, Hadrian's Wall, and Stonehenge. And he would regale us with stories of dealing with the Queen of England, about replacing a rug in Buckingham Palace. And they actually presented the stadium at a conservation conference in London, and of course it was the hit of the show. This is all, we are a long way from salt water being sprayed on the stadium by a fireboat. People in the world realize what they got. Next. Next. So Richard Heisenbottom, next, those are more of cleaning. Richard Heisenbottom has done his design phase, and I'm going to show you what the renderings of a restored marine stadium are. These images and his report has already been submitted to the city of Miami. He's now waiting to go ahead for the third phase, which is construction drawings and permitting. Next. So that's the above view, and it's been very carefully thought out with Uber pickups and a way to bring trucks in and out for loading the floating stage on the right-hand side. Next. The entrance is really important. You'll be able to see it from Rickenbacker Causeway. Next. There'll be video screens on the stadium to show events if there's an overflow crowd. Also to show images of our street art, because that's the way we're going to preserve it. We had actually asked artists at a conference sponsored by the Getty, do you want to have new walls to do painting? And they said no. We'd rather go to other rougher plates. So that's the way we keep those images alive. But remember, we now have the Stadium Seats Project. And in addition to the 60 artists who've completed their seats, we've got another 3,000 seats in the stadium that when the stadium is renovated, we can dole out. So the issue with a building like this, you can't keep it the same. You just have to keep reinventing things. Next. Is the view towards the causeway. Next. And here's the floating stage, and the floating stage has to be carefully designed. In the old days, Vincent and I know the guy who did the Jimmy Buffett concert, and he would say, concerts back then, you just show up, put up the speakers. Now you do a concert. The act will send you a book that's 2 inches thick of all of their production requirements. So this is going to be a stage for the 21st century. Next. More views. Next. This is behind it. Both Vincent and I believe that there should be LED screens on it so that boats can moor there behind it and view the concert as well. That's a great revenue source. Next. So here's what the whole thing would look like. Ignore that building to the right. That's the Welcome Center. That's very much unsettled. I'm not sure it's going to be sited there. Next. And here's the way it looked originally. So you can see it hasn't changed much. And we are so lucky that we can thread the needle and make this building work within the historic envelope, because the stadium and the basin are designated historic by the city of Miami, and they're also on the National Register of Historic Places. So we can restore it within historic preservation standards, but it also works for the 21st century. So the next step that the city is doing now is they've just issued a request for proposals for an operator. This, to me, is really the most important thing. The city operated this building before. It didn't succeed. It needs professional management. Responses are due in about a month. I am aware of at least 2 organizations that are totally capable of running this place who will be responding. The city will use the open venue model, which means that they'll rent it out. So what types of events are going to be held there? Well, we actually have a pretty good idea. Next. Well, for one thing, we hope boat racing, probably on a very limited basis. We actually had a boat race there last April. It was the first race in 26 years. It was very meaningful and exciting when we saw it. Now, what people have, I know, been concerns raised is, well, is this environmentally sound? Is there any risk to marine mammals? And the answer is actually not. Boat racing is a very regulated sport. You could not boat race in the Sadowski Critical Wildlife Area, and there are very special rules and criteria and safeguards you have to do. This particular promoter has done 200 races in 15 countries, including 23 in Florida, and he's never had a problem. In fact, he actually was only able to run one heat of the big boats over 2 days because there was one dolphin in the basin. Now, as a practical matter, I don't think a dolphin has ever been hit in a boat race, and I don't think a manatee hasn't either. But he wanted to be so careful, and he put so much energy and time into making sure this was done right. He didn't really promote it. His attendance wasn't very good, but he was still very gratified with the turnout he had, so he will be back. Next. But it's not just boat racing. Remember all the athletic activities that I mentioned to you. Dragon boat racing is the fastest growing outdoor spectator sport in the world. This is SOS, the Save Our Sisters Dragon Boat team. They're from Miami. They're a great group. The woman who heads it is named Kim Bonomo. She is a real powerhouse. She did a race in Sarasota with 175 breast cancer survivor teams from all over the world. She wants to do one in Miami. I think, of course, the great opportunity is you can combine these events. There's a lot of slack time in boat racing, so you can have an event that really celebrates Miami on the water with race boats, dragon boats, sculling boats on a stake race. Next. And this is something that you should know about, long-distance swimming. It just so happens that next May, the most important open water swim event in the United States ever is going to take place at the Marine Stadium. It's a big deal. The winners of this race go on to the Olympics, and I have to hand it to the promoter, Jonathan Strauss, who spoke 10 years ago at an event we had called The Future of Miami Marine Stadium. There's a great opportunity for these high-level athletic events, triathlons, also to add an education component to it. A few years ago, Adidas sponsored a concert during Art Basel. You know we're going to be able to do things that nobody else can do. Next. But of course, the thing that will probably be the bread and butter for this thing, the revenue generator, and revenue is important to the city, is concerts. This will be one of the great concert venues in the world. Vincent Richter and I have had the privilege of taking in some of the most well-known entertainment executives and producers anywhere, and to a person they'll tell you they're just stunned. I remember Vincent, especially Kevin, the producer of Live Earth, which is the largest set of simultaneous concerts the world has ever seen. It was done in support of global warming initiatives. Kevin uplighted the Eiffel Tower green. And on the boat ride back, Kevin just kept saying to us, I don't understand it. Why is this sitting here? Why isn't this done? When is this going to be done? And my own confidence doesn't come from me. It comes from bringing in so many of these people, smart, educated, really successful people. They all say the same thing. Next. Then, next, what's fun is to think about what is the next generation. And this was put together by ACT Productions. I don't know if Barbara or Bruce is here. They're one of the finest producers of events in South Florida. They're here in Miami Beach. They did the 100th birthday party for Miami Beach. They do Polo on the Beach, Orange Bowl halftime show. They did the Audemars Piguet event. And there is an incredible fascination with water. Cirque du Soleil, for example, has a water show in Las Vegas called O. You can project holograms on the water. By the way, Guy Laliberté, probably pronouncing it wrong, the founder of Cirque du Soleil, is doing a project in Magic City. Will he want to move Cirque du Soleil to Miami? I don't know. Next. You saw next images of Tupac Shakur that were done last year. Symphony and fireworks, synchronized fireworks, which is done in Vancouver. Drone racing. We can't imagine the types of things that will be done here. Next. And then there's this. Yes, this is a floating soccer field. It exists. It's in Singapore, and there's actually a funny story to it. Everybody is familiar with David Beckham in his 5-year search for a soccer venue. Well, the first place he actually looked at was the Marine Stadium. He had been given a tour 5 years ago of Miami, saw a bunch of things, not terribly excited by anything. Then he had a boat ride of Miami, and he saw the stadium, and he flipped out. And his partner, Simon Fuller, who produced American Idol, he also flipped out. And they contacted our group. They said, so you're working on the stadium? And we met with them. They knew all about Singapore, and they were very excited. And we said, oh, by the way, we have renderings. And they said, well, we want to see them. Can we see them tomorrow? And we said, yes. And this is what we showed them. Next. This is a rendering that our renderer had done a year earlier for the bar area. And the renderer had said, I want this bar populated with beautiful people. Who's the most beautiful people I know? It's David and Victoria Beckham. And when we showed this image to them, David Beckham's childhood friend absolutely keeled over. And we said we couldn't have done this if we had planned it. As a practical matter, the stadium is way too small for soccer, and they realized that. But you could do exhibition tennis matches, exhibition volleyball matches, basketball. We really don't know. Next. Anybody know what this is? Highline, right. And this is significant for a number of reasons. As I'm sure many of you know, it was an abandoned elevated freight railway in the southern tip of Manhattan, which was turned into a lineal park. It is fabulously successful. By the first month, they had already gotten more visitors they were intending to for the first year. And for all of the events that we've talked about with the Marine Stadium, a very, very subtle one is this. The Marine Stadium can actually be a great park. Right now, there's a lot of debate about how you design the park in front of the stadium and so forth and so on. But the thing is, the Marine Stadium itself can be the park. And I hope that people pick up on that, because as a passive space, it's amazing. And the first person, by the way, to realize that was the visionary developer, Tony Goldman, who really was probably more responsible for Ocean Drive and Wynwood and the Wynwood walls than anybody else. For years, the stadium didn't have a guard, and during that time, you couldn't keep people out of there. They kept cutting holes through the fence, and not just to do graffiti, but hang out. And 6 years ago, there was a rowing regatta, a small regatta. The city had left the gate open, and everybody on the beach, they just streamed into the stadium. And they 200-300 people in there. And why not? You have a comfortable seat. You have shade, which you need in Miami. You're inside this architectural masterpiece. You have incredible views, better views than you can ever get on the land. The kids loved it. It was a giant playground running up and down the ramps in between the columns. And if you want to get exercise, well, do what the rowers did, run up and down the steps. This can be a passive park, open during non-event days too. Next. So this is Robert Hammond. He is the current executive director of the High Line. He was one of the two co-founders of the group, Friends of the High Line, and Phil Ahrens, the founding chair. We brought him to Miami. He spoke on our behalf. He's a big believer in the stadium. And by the way, their effort has spawned so many things, including the wonderful underline here, the Ludlam Trail. There are projects all around the country, because what the High Line has taught us all is that sometimes conventional wisdom says you can't do certain things, and it's often right, but sometimes it's wrong. And we believe it was wrong on the Marine Stadium, and we think we're going to be as successful as the High Line. Next. And this, by the way, is Joshua David. He's the other co-founder of Friends of the High Line. He was, for a while, the executive director of the World Monuments Fund, another big supporter of ours. He was down last year, and he would tell you the same thing. So, next. So, and this is one more organization. This is a group called Tourism Cares. It's a not-for-profit organization funded by the travel industry, and they do volunteer projects at various sites around the country, Gettysburg, Valley Forge, and we brought them to Virginia Key. We had 125 volunteers cleaning up the stadium, another 100 planting 800 trees on Virginia Key Beach, and another 100 planting 30,000 sea oats on North Point. What's important about this is to attract Tourism Cares. We partnered with Virginia Key Beach, the Black Historic Beach, and the Greater Miami Convention and Visitors Bureau. And we packaged Virginia Key as a whole entity to Tourism Cares. And we've now worked with Virginia Key Beach on a number of things, and we want to continue to on our Seats project, that when we work together, good things happen. And that's the way we want to keep going. We believe, like Virginia Key Beach, we are the two anchors of Virginia Key. By the way, the woman on the left in the red is Carolyn Caseglia. She's an executive at Amadeus. She was on the board at the time from Miami, helped bring us in, and she's now a co-chair of the Tourism Cares. Next. So I'm now just going to end with some images here, renderings in real life. And what's interesting is that often renderings are not as good, or renderings are better than the real thing. That's not the case here. So here's the stadium, next. And here it was lit up a few years ago by the National Trust for Historic Preservation board meeting, next. Next. Here is that image that you saw before of Miami in the early 60s, next. Here's what it is 10 years ago. What a sensational view. It's a lot better now than it looks like in that photo. Next. Here is the stadium. Next. No matter when you see it, it's so great to be there at dusk as the lights come on one by one. Next. Next. Anybody know who this is? Correct. This is Allen Ginsberg speaking at the Marine Stadium in January of 1970. There's an interesting story, but I want to talk about what it felt like to be there. I'm going to read just a little bit of a memory from a guy named Walter Cicada who saw this particular event, and he also saw Ginsberg a couple of years later at the Republican convention in Miami Beach when they were both in jail. And this goes back to what I said about this building creating magical moments. I remember Allen Ginsberg poetry reading at the Marine Stadium during a beautifully overcast night with wispy cirrus clouds playing above him. He performed on a floating barge in front of the stadium, and it was a performance, not a reading. He was disheveled, very animated, and really into it. He then describes an event of being in jail with Ginsberg during the Republican National Convention in 1972, and he concludes, "The yin and the yang of those two events involving Ginsberg will always be linked in my mind. The emotional days of the protest with him finding his life partner and watching him perform on a floating stage at the Miami Marine Stadium on a gorgeous moonlit night." The fact is, we have now 170 stories, performers, boat racers, people who attended events, 5 mayors, people who worked there. And if you read all of these stories, you can't but help but come away with the fact that this place is special. People have special magical moments, and you just can't really duplicate a place like this. And that's why we want it back. Next. Next. And I'm going to end with this image. So I was having lunch one day with Hilario Candela and Jack Meyer, and Hilario had actually done these renderings with a renderer, and I asked him about this. Hilario, what is this? And he said, oh, that was opening night at the Marine Stadium, December 27th, 1963. You had the Tommy Bartlett Water Show. You had a 17-piece jazz orchestra, a 40-person choir singing selections from Deflate-A-Mouse, Navy SEALs parachuting, and fireworks. And I said to Hilario, well, how do you know what it looked like? You were in the stadium. And he said, no, I wasn't. I couldn't get a ticket. And Jack Meyer said, I couldn't get a ticket either. So Hilario drove around to the edge of the stadium in his car, and this is what he saw. Hilario at the time was at the dawn of his career. He went on to become president of Spillis Candela, the largest architectural Hispanic-owned firm in the United States, doing building all over Latin America and the U.S., doing all campuses of Miami-Dade College, but this is the building he cares about. So for those of us who've worked on the stadium, we envision opening night. That's what keeps us going, and I'll tell you, that's what I imagine. Describe to you what I imagine it'll be like. You walk in, and if you're near a stairwell, you look down, and you see water. Because 1/3 of this building is built over the water, and Hilario left the stairwells open so you can experience the environment. You look up. You see this crazy origami roof. It's the length of a football field. You look straight, and you look east. You see the Sadowski Critical Wildlife Area. You see the twinklies of Key Biscayne. Then you look west to Miami. And the way I always describe it, remember the movie The Wizard of Oz? Remember when Dorothy and her friends leave the forest, and there's the rolling fields, and there's the Emerald City. It's just stunning. It just takes your breath away. So there'll be some event at the stadium, and I don't know what it'll be, but if you know there's one thing we can do in Miami, it's produce a party. And at the end of it, people will say, wow, that's great. What's next? I want to come back. Then they'll say, well, I'm really proud of this place, because everybody likes to feel a lot of civic pride. And they'll say, you can only do this in Miami, and I will promise you this is going to get big press when it happens. And if somebody in London or Los Angeles or New Orleans or wherever says, Marine Stadium, what a neat idea. I think I'd like one of them. Well, good luck. Good luck finding a city. Good luck doing anything like this. And then people will say, and we thought this thing was a white elephant? We almost demolished it because this building has been almost demolished a half a dozen times. Were we nuts? But we didn't demolish it. We pulled it out of the fire at the last minute. We've got it. Now we can reinvent it for the future and do all these things, and who knows what else is, and more. So if you believe you want that moment, go to Facebook, sign up, Restore Marine Stadium, know where we can lecture, let me know, have contacts that can be useful, let us know, and we can do this. Thank you very much.
We do have time. We do have time for a couple of questions. We will be hosting a talk at 3 o'clock, which is in about 20 minutes. The director of the Wolfsonian, Tim Rogers, is going to be giving that talk. In the meantime, did anyone have any questions? I can bring the mic to you. 6,500.
In its new form, it will hold about 6,000 plus boats. It's actually a good size. It's a mid-level arena. We don't really have anything like that in Miami, so it's a good competitive size. It will be there next month, yes.
What's the potential impact of the Ultra Music Festival?
Don't know. Ultra is moving to the front of the Marine Stadium in Virginia Key Beach. We're actually meeting with them in a week. They're on a trial basis. They would like to be there. There are environmental and traffic concerns. The city has basically given them 1 year to do it right or not. We'll all learn. I do know that in the interest of moving the Marine Stadium forward, we want to present to their audience with videos and gather information because we're still in an advocacy role. We need all the support we can get.
How staging for the major events that we see happening all the time affect the renovation plan? You've got 4.5 months of boat show and Ultra or other events. How are you going to be able to continue the renovation?
I don't know, Sonny, I don't know if you were there. Good question. Don't know. Serious issues. I can see several different ways it can work. This is sort of the next step in this whole thing. That's going to have to be worked through. It's a serious issue.
National Trust still involved in
I spoke to Jason yesterday. We're working on a new set of marketing plans with Heineken. The trust has just been great. They've helped us with grants, they helped us with Gloria, they've provided as much expertise and assistance as they can, and most important, having a group like the Trust and the World Monuments Fund, it's third-party validation with this local little group. It's another suggestion for anybody who's an advocate. If you're a startup group and nobody believes you, try to get some organization or person with real prestige and clout to endorse you. William. We're working on it. Sort of if you ever want to be inspired as an advocate of anything, go read quotes from Thomas Edison. One of my favorite is, and it certainly applies to this project, I haven't failed. I've just found 10,000 ways that don't work. More? Sonny? No, it can't. No, it can't. Sonny, it'll work exactly like the old one. If you know across the way, there's this little concrete slip. It's going to fit in there. It will stick out, but it's not going to be any wider than it is now. So it will fit in there. Because of the environmental restrictions, you could not widen that concrete slot anyway. So again, it's why in a certain sense, we're able to thread the needle. We're so lucky that we believe we can make this thing work within the historic preservation envelope of not altering things in that basin. Next. I'd like to respond to you because your points are valid. You should know that in terms of the seats, we work with Mabel Morales, who's head of the Department of Arts and Visual from Miami-Dade School County. They reached out to all of the schools in Miami-Dade, including Mast Academy. We had one student at Mast who did a seat. And we will have more seats, and hopefully we can involve Mast more. I know for the floating stage contest, we actually had 10 entries from Mast Academy. And about 6 years ago, I gave 2 presentations at Mast to 300 people each. I would love to come back there. I'd love to speak to you afterwards. I would love to engage Mast as much as possible, and I'm pleased to have a direct contact there. I would love to come out and do a presentation for your class. I know a few years ago I did another school way west, and they had entered a redesign of the Marine Stadium in a very high-level construction development contest. They ultimately were in the semifinals, and they went to Washington. And I did, we had 5 classes who picked up seats from Miami-Dade County. Mabel Morales and I were frankly disappointed at the response. I think the reason was These wooden seats, they're heavy, they don't come on bases, they weren't easy to work with. What we also have in the stadium are about 2,000 plastic seats, plastic backs. Those are very, very easy to work with. I know we'll do a program with History Miami. They have a family fun day every month. So I want to talk with you after because I'd love to we can come up with some more ideas on student projects with Mass. That'd be great. Other questions? Well, it's a wonderful project, and in a world which really not right now isn't all that happy. I'm not saying the Marine Stadium will cure cancer, but anything that can provide all kinds of people with joy is not a bad thing. Okay, sure. Felix was the Mexican architect. Hilario actually is a distant relative. Okay, so okay.
Just say
Hilario Candela. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Hi. Hi. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Great. Glad you like what?
I learned a lot.
Yeah, it's a cool project. Hey, Deanne. Hey.
Excellent presentation.
Oh, thank you.
Your mic's still on.
Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. My name is Tim Rogers, and I'm the director here at the Wolfsonian, and it is very kind of you to all come out on this beautiful day to hear about deco and death. Not a subject that inspires you to come in from the sunshine, so I very much appreciate you being here today. We are going to talk about a lot of different topics in today's lecture, so I hope you bear with me. The idea of these talks, and I usually do about 2 of them every year, is to give me an opportunity to kind of speculate and to think about the material that we hold, or more pertinently, that we have on display, so that we could think about it in new or different ways. So we have a beautiful Art Deco exhibition up on the 7th floor, which I, of course, encourage you all to go and look at. And if you haven't, please do so after this lecture. I think you'll look at it differently. But when you go up to see that exhibition, you'll see nothing in there about anything that I'm going to talk about today, really, or very, very little. And that is the point of these talks. I am really attempting to help you understand that you can always look at this material from a number of different perspectives and consider it in a number of different lights. Now, before I get there, I do want to thank a few people and then do a couple of little announcements. First, I want to thank the Miami Design Preservation League for partnering with us on this entire series of talks here at the Wolfsonian and, of course, at the Preservation League as well. This is an ongoing relationship that we are very, very proud of. I think we're natural partners, and we created this Art Deco exhibition in order to really show our support for everything that they do, but also to bring out material that I don't think a lot of people have seen before. So I want to thank everybody who's involved with them. I want to encourage you to think about becoming involved with us. If you're not already a member, please consider joining. Membership is a very important part of how it is that we make a museum like this work. And so if you're not a member, consider becoming a member of our family. You can do so at the gift store today, and they would be happy to kind of walk you through that form and help you become a member today. I also want to thank my staff, who have been really wonderful. We've been doing a number of different events, and there have been many, many staff members here. Danielle is new to us, and I just want to thank Danielle for all of her labor. Thank you, Danielle. Now, as I said, I'm going to talk about Art Deco from a perspective I think that's rather unusual. But before we go down that dark path, I thought maybe I should take you on the light path, so you can keep that in mind as I'm talking. And so I think I'll begin with a video.
come in.
So I'm sure you enjoyed Top Hat. For those of you that haven't seen it, I encourage you to go out and see the entire film. That was obviously a highly edited version of the introduction to Top Hat. And that is a film that is often considered to be the epitome of Art Deco glamour. And I think you can see why. I just want to run through some of the things to think about, though, as you were looking at that, because I will come back to it at the very end of this talk, and perhaps we'll look at it in a slightly different way. There are a number of things that you should be, I think, remembering as you're thinking about that little clip that I just showed you. First, the interiors were incredibly beautiful, yes, but also very sterile at the same time. They were extraordinarily white, including Ginger Rogers, who I don't think could be any whiter, including her hair. And so you'll notice that there was this high contrast between the light and the dark, but it was really dominated by that really almost like shining white, as if it was not part of our own reality. This was definitely a fantasy that was being created for us. You'll notice that there was almost no nature to be seen, certainly nothing like a view out a window, any kind of natural element. All of it was very much made by humans, and it was all very highly coordinated and decorated. All of it kind of worked together to create kind of a perfect ensemble. You'll notice that the two characters were very high energy. They were young, or they were trying to appear young. They may not have been quite as young as they were being portrayed there, but nonetheless, they were highly energetic. I think you can't doubt that Fred Astaire was in incredibly wonderful shape as he was producing this. And so they're healthy, and they're looking vibrant. They're also very, very enamored with one another. It doesn't take a genius to know how this is going to go, right? These two are going to end up together in one way or another. So we have a love story at the heart of all of this, based on two beautiful people who are at the kind of the epitome of their health and well-being in this artificial environment, and where they can create this fantasy of love. And that's certainly how the movie is going to go. There's a couple of other things to notice here. This is a very urban scene. This is very much meant to evoke a city and a city life. This is not a rural farm scene, for instance, and I think you get that immediately. You'll also notice that there's certain class implications here. This is not about poverty or poor people. These are about people who are extremely well off and doing quite well for themselves. You can tell that in all manners of their presentation. Now, in case you think that that's an anomaly, it's not, and for those of you who know films during this period, you'll know that there are many others that use Art Deco kind of visual language in order to present the same basic ideas. I wanted to show you just a still from another film and pull out a couple of other details. This is our Dancing Daughters from 1928. And you'll notice here, I think, the play of class a little bit more than in the previous clip that I just showed you, because you have a woman here who's obviously a servant or a maid who is helping this woman dress. You'll notice that the woman who is dressed is very much in the latest of Art Deco styles. She is surrounded by an interior that really speaks of Art Deco. Notice this skyscraper-like form behind her, something you're going to see repeated in many pieces of Art Deco. You can also see it in the sconces and in other objects throughout the room. But I think that it's also curious to note subtle things like the shape of her dress and even her haircut in relation to the furniture. Notice that you have a repeating of the same basic curves and shapes, as if she is just one more decorative object in this entire ensemble that's been created here for you to really enjoy, to take in, to basically feast your eyes upon this. And she then becomes just one more of these ornaments. Now I'm going to run through just a few of the objects that we have upstairs so you can see how this plays out in the decorative arts when we look at them individually. I've just shown you two kind of images, a video and a still, in which you saw how they were brought together collectively, all the different decorative arts, but here we'll look at them individually, but very quickly because you can go upstairs and see the real thing, which is always so much better than a slide. I just want to point out here in this medallion a couple of common motifs of Art Deco. First, the very healthy, nubile young body, both male and female, as you're going to see in just a few moments, usually semi-naked, if not completely naked. And there's a kind of a gesture, if you will, to the classical past, particularly with the drapery, that has been very stylized. And you're going to see that kind of fluted form used throughout Art Deco. It's often associated with the beauty and the beauty industry, and this is not an accident because it's during the same period that many of the major manufacturers of beauty products came into being. So Revlon Cosmetics was started in 1932, Lancome in 1935, and Maybelline in 1915. And so really the rise of the cosmetic industry in the 20th century is very much associated with the Art Deco style. These two things went hand in hand very, very well. And so you can see it used in advertisements, but you can also see it used in all of the items and how they're designed, the compacts, the lipstick holders, the cigarette holders, all of the different things associated with feminine beauty became associated with Art Deco. Now, this was taken one step further by all of the different department stores who became very invested in this Art Deco language or style, and they started to literally design their stores based on this idea. So you had the objects that they were selling in a particular style, but then you had the store itself built in that style, and so the architecture was mirroring the decorative arts of that time. They took it a step further, of course, and then put it into their advertisements like you see here. And here's an example of the male figure being used in a decorative way. I don't think that we think often enough about how the male figure has also been used as a decorative form throughout the 20th century because we've become more and more obsessed with the female form. I think that's starting to change. But you can see in the Art Deco period, it was both male and female. Another male figure showing how this Art Deco language was really extraordinarily flexible. It allowed it to be integrated into a variety of different purposes, such as advertisements for all things related to modern life, particularly engineering and electricity, technology, and all of that kind of brought together here in this wonderful, and this is a very large piece. I do encourage you to go upstairs and look at it. It's one of the Wolfsonian's best pieces, I think, and in remarkable shape as well. But you can see how all of these things are kind of united together. Now, it makes sense at a visual level. I mean, it kind of holds together very nice in terms of the graphics, but it makes absolutely no sense in terms of the iconography that's being presented here. You've got this kind of Native American Egyptian figure with the corn kind of behind him, radiating electricity and trains. I mean, it really becomes very far-fetched, but it all kind of was woven together under this visual language of prosperity, the future, a fantasy of a good life. You can see that architecture was very much a part of the Art Deco language. You have literally the skyscraper form that I pointed out to you in the film still, but here you can see an actual representation of it, again with the semi-nude classical-ish figure, and then a variety of different floral motifs that were often very common in Art Deco as well. Now, this one is one of my favorites. It's in the show, and it kind of shows you how elastic this style actually was and how it could incorporate so many different things to the point of being ridiculous. And so here you have this semi-nude woman with pearls. I love that touch. The pearls, just enough drapery, you know, to contain her modesty, and then she just happens to be holding an airplane because, of course, why wouldn't she? But all of it somehow or another comes together and reads at first glance as being very glamorous. It certainly has this glow and the patina of the material itself, but also all of the languid forms are very sensual. And so it kind of somehow comes together, and in our minds we look beyond it and enter into the fantasy that was being created for us. So that's Art Deco. You're going to hear a lot of different talks today, and so you're going to hear all about the various ways in which you can articulate the style, when it started, who did what, when, how it was transformed, how is it moved from one country to the other, all of the kind of intricacies that I think go into any kind of analysis of any style. But what I'm attempting to do is something a little bit trickier, in that I want to interpret against the surface. I want to look at Art Deco not in terms of what everything I've just talked about, the kind of surface fantasy that's being presented, but I want to look at kind of the underlying, what I feel is reality that was fueling this movement, that was giving its kind of energy in order to compel people to be intrigued and to purchase and to consume these objects. And so that's going to take me to a slightly different place. Now, let me explain how it is that I see this, and I'm going to have to talk just a moment here about interpretation of things in order to get us to this next stage of my talk. Now, typically, if I wanted to talk about the horrors of World War I wanted to talk about how it affected the psyche of people and how that was being represented in art, I would go to something like what you see here, a painting by George Grosz. And this is George Grosz's painting of a suicide. George Grosz fought in the trenches during World War I. He was particularly traumatized, and he was released from service, and then kind of carried that trauma for the rest of his life. It radically changed his art, and he depicted, some very intense emotions related to the destructiveness of World War I. And certainly you can see that here in the painting called Suicide. A figure here who has committed suicide, a spirit kind of leaving the body, a little red dog. Dogs are generally a sign of fidelity, and so that's why they're often shown like near a coffin, because they're faithful to their master even after death. You'll notice this dog's leaving the scene as if, really not going to stay. You can see another death by hanging up above. You can see this kind of seedy underbelly that is really being critiqued in terms of society that created the kind of horrors of World War I, but then the aftermath of World War I as well. So you have a prostitute up there, and you have kind of a bourgeois manufacturer type behind her. So you have all of these different elements, and I should point out, you also have the church. It is certainly not blameless in all of this situation. George Grosz is a trenchant critic, and he certainly doesn't leave anything unturned. Well, you can see what I just did. You take the biography of the artist, the lived experience that we know, you connect it to the work of art, and then you look at the work of art in terms of its iconography, but you can even go deeper. You can talk about the colors, you can talk about the composition, all of it kind of adding up to this scene of horror and death. So I think that most people would go on that journey with me and believe what I'm saying. However, when you look at the trivet next to it, that's done in an Art Deco style from about the same year, and I say to you, underlying that trivet is death. You have a harder time going with me, don't you? Because there's nothing on the surface of that that appears to represent death or the destructiveness of World War I, anything associated with really the horrors of that time. I would contend, though, that that is part of this object, and it's part of the object through the denial of those things, and that is part of the role of the decorative arts. Imagine, if you will, and I think that this might be rather obvious once you kind of get it into your mind, that you surrounded yourself in your house with objects that reminded you of kind of the horror of everyday life. The death, destruction, poverty, could await any one of us at any moment. And, instead of having, a trivet that kind of announces good times, dancing, frivolity, nice trees and floral arrangements, instead, it says death nearby. Or it shows a big skeleton, it's like burn yourself, you might die. So we tend not to surround ourselves with that narrative, even though it's very much part of our lives. And instead, the decorative arts become like the Prozac of everyday life. It's the thing that kind of keeps us in a slightly elevated fantasy world that allows us not to have to face the grim realities of everyday life. And I think that's part of the function of the decorative arts. But I think you get misled if you think that the decorative arts are only about the fantasy, because the fantasy can only exist with its alternative. It can't really be fueled. It won't have its power without the anxiety, the angst, all of the underlying kind of tension that we feel has to fuel that fantasy. And I think that's what was occurring in Art Deco. So I'm going to walk you through this speculation on my part. Remember, this is a lot of speculation here, folks, and you can certainly ask me questions at the end of it. And so I do recognize that, you know, I'm interpreting against the grain here. So before we get a little bit further, you might ask yourself, why is he talking about this, and what led him down this crazy path? And I think that that's perfectly fair. I can't say that this was all my own doing. Last summer, for whatever reason, at the airport, I decided to pick up this book on radium girls. It's about radium poisoning, which I'm going to talk about in just a few minutes. Of all books, I know, but you know, I'm strange. And then I decided to pick up this one, Chasing the Cure in New Mexico, which is all about the TB epidemic and how people were moving to a variety of different locations, particularly New Mexico in the West, in order to try to cure themselves in the teens and 20s. And then I've been reading Mabel Dodge Luhan and her account of syphilis and gonorrhea. And then I thought I'd just top it off with something about eugenics because, you know, why not? And so that was my summertime reading. And all of it having to do with the same time period. This is kind of my scholarly interest. This is my time period. And so I do tend to choose books that kind of hone in on the teens, the 20s, and the 30s. And so all of these are looking at that, but from very, very different perspectives. And I wanted to do that because I was curious about kind of the larger social context for the creation of Art Deco. And I really wanted to reach deep and broad. I would say that none of these books, except for Eugenic Design, really talks about Art Deco, and they talk about many other issues, but not that. And so I started to think about how these things actually come together, or at least came together for me. And one of the things that struck me as I was going through the books was a number of the images of young people in particular, because so much of what was having an impact on the health and well-being of young people was being described in these books. And so they were literally losing their lives. They were dying at very young ages, in their 20s and 30s, from things like TB in particular, but influenza and other things I'm going to be talking about. And I noticed that in the photographs of them, and this is one of the TB patients a poet who moved to Santa Fe in order to try to save her life, that they were also very stylish dressed in kind of Art Deco related fashions. They had stylish haircuts, often bobs, as you're going to see in just a moment, and they were very much part of that kind of flapper moment of the 1920s. And I thought, what must it have been like to get up every day, knowing that you had a terminal illness, seeing people dying literally all around you, being exiled to a place like New Mexico where there is very little civilization, and you put on your best little Art Deco outfit to present yourself as beautifully as possible. And I just thought, what kind of psychology is that? How is that being worked out in their minds? And that's what I wanted to start to work with. Another photo of lungers. Lungers is just a name for people with TB that were being sent to the West. And they were being sent there because the theory was that the high, dry air was good for the lungs. They also sent them to Florida, however, and to Miami, under the opposite idea that the humidity would also be good for them, but we had clean air. It was better in dry air, as it turns out, but nonetheless, they really weren't sure. And so here you can see a group of them in Albuquerque, and it was this woman here with that rather stylish short haircut that got my attention Not only is she beautifully kind of presenting herself, but that haircut really shows that she was very much part of the time. Now, this notion that I have of trying to connect the decorative arts with health, particularly public health, isn't something that is truly just mine alone. Many people during the beginning of the 20th century into the 19th century were speculating about how it is that the decorative arts and craftsmanship, the making of things, could lead to better public health. And that what was happening with the rise of technology was this fear that people really weren't going to be able to use their bodies robustly, that machines were going to kind of take over for us, and that we would lose our health. Now, this is an argument that we're all dealing with right now with the rise of the computer. This is nothing new to any one of you. As we all think about our posture and what our necks are becoming as a result of computers, we're all kind of fearful of this new technology and what could happen to the body. Well, one of the antidotes to this was the idea of physical labor, but even more particularly of craft and craftsmanship. And so it was the decorative arts that were looked at as a possibility for the renewal of the body, particularly the body public. Now, as I said, though, there were many different things that were afflicting people during this time period. Because I think you could argue, and some of you might want to question me about this at the end, that we're always dealing with the fear of death, right? Because we're mortal and we will only be here for so long, and horrible things happen all around us. And the decorative arts, I think, do serve a purpose, as I've said, kind of acting like the Prozac that keeps us up. But I would argue that during this period of the 1920s and the 1930s, the situation was even more extreme. And that's what I'm going to kind of walk you through so that you can really see what people were up against and why it is that they would have attached themselves to this kind of fantasy of Art Deco. The first thing that you should be aware of is that World War I from 1914 to 1918 really caused an incredible number of deaths. About 15 to 19 million people died during World War I, but an interesting number as well, 23 million people were wounded. So they lived, and then they went back out into civilization. Now, by and large, these were young people because they were the ones that were drafted, and so they were part of the war. And so you had 20-year-olds, 30-year-olds on the street missing limbs, all kinds of body parts. And you were dealing with that on kind of a daily basis. So most people knew somebody who died during World War I, but if they didn't, they certainly were seeing people who were maimed and injured during World War I as a constant reminder of what had been lost. I thought this was very intriguing. This kind of shows you all of the different ways that people lost various body parts because of the artillery that was used during World War I, and the ways in which they tried to substitute those different, in this case, facial features, so that you could have artificial eyes, noses, ears, etc., attaching them to glasses so they looked a little less apparent. But you know, as well as I do, that you would notice this. And so people were very aware of all of the different injuries that occurred during this time. Now, related to World War I was the Spanish flu epidemic. Now, it's argued that one of the reasons why World War I ended was because of the Spanish flu epidemic. That's kind of another discussion, but nonetheless, it had a very, very severe impact worldwide. It wasn't just simply in Europe or in America, but it was a worldwide phenomenon. It was estimated that 500 million people were infected. So 500 million people infected during this period of about 1918 to 1919. 20 to 50 million people died. That's 3 to 6% of the world's population at that time. And so just these two things alone are massive. And so I have some very interesting photographs here of people on the street, obviously concerned about influenza and that's why they're wearing these masks. And here you can see how they became quarantined, put into these various facilities to try to separate them from the population. And another version here where these really became like warehouses of people who were dying or who they were afraid might very well die. Now, the people who were normally affected by this were younger people, not older people, and so it's a little unusual that way, and so a lot of younger people were dying at this time. So you have the youth dying in World War I, and then you have the youth being targeted and dying because of the Spanish flu, both of which are kind of major catastrophes. But the other thing to keep in mind with the Spanish flu was that there wasn't clarity about how it was being spread. So it's one thing for all of us to deal with a disease that affects many, many people. It's quite another thing to be faced with a disease that you don't understand how it's being spread. Because then it's no longer something that's happening to those people, it's about something that could happen to you. And so this is that kind of that sense of panic that I'm trying to recreate for you that people must have been feeling during this time. Now, there was another little bizarre story in all of this that I don't think until recently got nearly as much attention, and that has to do with radium poisoning that was also occurring during this time, largely because it was being used in paints in order to illuminate clock dials, and that's what you can see here. And so if any of you have one of those historic clocks that illuminates at night, that's probably radium. You might want to reconsider that. But radium illuminated clock dials were particularly important for the airplanes that were flown during World War I so that they would be able to see the dials at night. And so it became a really huge industry in the United States. People became rather enamored by the clocks that were being created. And so young women, and they were usually young women, were hired in order to do this very fine painting. The reason why they wanted young women is because of their dexterity, and they were often relatively inexpensive to hire because they weren't skilled labor at that point. And they were fairly flexible, so they were usually before the age of marriage, somewhere like about 15 to 20 in that general time frame. But here's the problem and how it is that so many of these young women became poisoned. You saw that brush that she had? For any of you that have ever tried to do fine work on porcelain or anything else, you know how you create a really fine tip on a sable hair brush? You put it in your mouth. And it's your saliva that has just enough stickiness to it to bring those hairs together to a fine point. And so these women were being paid by piece. And so every one of these dials they finished, they got like a penny. I mean, it was really very little money. But the more they did, the more they made. And the ones that were the best were the ones that were willing to put it in their mouth in order to tip that brush in order to get it back into the paint. There were other ways, like you can put it in water, but water is a lot less effective and it dilutes the paint, and then that takes you more time. And so this was the preferred method. Now, at a certain point, it became apparent that a lot of these young women were having all kinds of really odd health problems. And what happens is that radium, once it enters the body, goes to the bones. And so at first, it looks like you're extremely healthy when you have radium poisoning because you flush, and people read that as a sign of health. But in reality, that's your body's reaction to the poisoning that's occurring, sending out more red blood cells. And so once it gets into your bones, it starts to literally eat you from inside. And that is a jawbone of one of the young women who died from radium poisoning. And this is one of those young women. We know a lot about them because they sued. These are the young women that really established our kind of health regulations in the United States, kind of workman comp, if you will, so that if you're injured on the job, you're able to get paid. There were a lot of restrictions around those laws that prevented them from collecting, and so they sued, and it is their case that really changed the way we think about health care for workers. And so she was extremely important, but I also, again, was struck by incredibly glamorous she was at the same time as she was dying. Now, it could affect various bones. It doesn't necessarily have to just be the jaw. Some of it would go to other bones. And so she looks very good here, but the reality is that she was actually quite ill. Now, the number of people who had radium poisoning and that worked in these factories was relatively low. So if I'm trying to establish this idea of a mass panic, if you will, that would have compelled people to take on Art Deco with fervor, then radium poisoning isn't the best example, because maybe 1,000 people might have died from it. But the PR and publicity was extreme because they were withholding from the general public the dangers of radium. Even after they knew it, the government knew it, and of course the manufacturers knew it at a much earlier time, but they were afraid of lawsuits. They were also afraid of losing their various industries. And so they weren't telling the public, and in the meantime, they were putting it in everything. And so, what's this? Those are condoms with radium so that they glow in the dark. Yeah, that was someone's clever idea. And over there, you can see some radium cream to give you that healthy glow, and you certainly would. Now, she has that really weird light on her because when you put it onto your face, you would literally glow in the dark. That was part of the quote-unquote glamour of radium. And so it was being added into makeups, it was being added into all kinds of different products. There was actually a health movement, fortunately it didn't take off, where people were consuming radium in order to better their health. And so they were taking radium pills. And of course, a lot of those people died. But as I said, it didn't catch on as a fad. But these products were very well known. And so while you didn't really understand radium poisoning, all of a sudden it was everywhere, and you didn't really understand how it was being acquired and how much you needed and what it was going to do to you, and you might have very well used one of these products. And so you can see how that actually affected hundreds of thousands, millions of people. And then, of course, we have TB, in case that's not enough, that was threatening people right and left throughout the world. And it continues to be a problem to a certain degree, but not with the same kind of numbers that were common during that period. It was estimated that during this period, between 70 and 90% of urban populations were affected or infected with TB. Now, that doesn't mean that you were going to have symptoms, and it didn't mean that you were going to die, but nonetheless, it meant that you were infected. And so it has a very high infection rate, and it had also a very high death rate. Now, it is at this point in the talk where I'm going to start weaving together some of these health concerns with this Art Deco language, because they do start to come together, and you can see that here in this poster about preventing TB. You'll notice that the words are certainly scaring you, and during this time you would be scared because there was no cure that was guaranteed for TB. But it's combined with that lovely young woman with a flower, straight out of that kind of Deco language that we were talking about. And so it is her health and well-being that's at stake. But it's this contrast between these two things, this deadly disease and then this beautiful young woman here, and that kind of gives this poster its spark, its energy, if you will, that pushes it forward into your mind so that you begin to think about the loss of youth and innocence here. During this period, advertisements started to become increasingly concerned with the idea of cleanliness, because there was a realization that so many of these diseases could be tied in some fashion or another to the notion of germs. Now, this was only starting to be kind of worked out scientifically, but nonetheless, there was enough information for people to know that the environments that they were living in were potentially causing them harm, and certainly not helping them. And so you can see here, this kind of sanitary bathroom of the 1920s became very much the standard of the norm, and we continue to live with it. You see that same bathroom to this day, and you can see historic examples of it all of the time. And so these bathrooms became the height of scientific cleanliness in order to help prevent all of these different diseases, and again, to allow these young, graceful people, in this case a woman, prosperity and a future. Here you can see it brought together again around syphilis. And so if TB wasn't going to get you, if influenza and radium poisoning didn't already have its way, well, then you had the pleasure of knowing that you probably had syphilis or gonorrhea. Because during this time, about 10% of the population had syphilis. Again, it doesn't necessarily mean that they were going to die, but they might have had various symptoms. And 20 to 40% of the population had gonorrhea. But one of the major fears with syphilis and gonorrhea, even during this time, if it wasn't necessarily death, although it could be death, but that generally wasn't the case, but it could affect your children, and it could, of course, affect your sex life and your ability to marry and to have those kind of wonderful Ginger Roger, Fred Astaire relationships. And so this was right on the surface. Mabel Dodge Luhan, in her book, talking about her run-ins with syphilis and gonorrhea, her first case was when she was 20, I think, the very first time she ever had sex. With a married doctor, she got syphilis, and then it kind of went into abeyance, and then it reoccurred, and she was reaffected at least 4 to 5 times in her lifetime. And so that was not uncommon, and it wasn't because she was having so much more sex than everybody else. It really just simply was the fact that it was so prevalent during this time, and there was so little that people understood how to prevent from getting it. I also wanted to point out in this poster how you have, again, those two Art Deco figures contrasted with this kind of horrificness, in this case, of syphilis. And another version of the same idea, but notice that it's the family that needs to be protected here. Notice the color of that family. They are as white can be. And so again, this heavy contrast between the light and the dark that's being played out in these posters. So then I started to think more about this relationship of Art Deco and health and design. And I was curious about finding objects that seemed to kind of bring that cluster of ideas together. And of course, the washing machine. What a perfect illustration of a machine that was meant to eliminate germs, to help us lead a cleaner life so that we could be healthier. And of course, done with this kind of Art Deco styling here, which is starting to transform into something that's generally called streamlined design, but nonetheless has its origins in Art Deco. And so you can see that now being played out here. None of this design is essential. You know that, because you all pretty much have flat-fronted washing machines. You don't need all of that kind of raised surface there. You don't need those kind of skyscraper forms. That's all being done for some purpose. And it is in a way to compel you to consider consuming it or buying it, and that's true. It is interesting. But it's got to be more than that. It's got to have more fuel and oomph behind it to really compel you to want this washing machine over another, and why they would put that much time and effort and money into that design, which is unnecessary. It's got to be compelling in some fashion or another beyond, oh, that's nice. Because that's nice is not going to lead you to buy it. It's got to be something more. But here is my masterpiece of the talk, the thing I was the happiest about, the vacuum cleaner. So it's a little hard to read up here, but the name of this company, which was out of Massachusetts, was Modern Hygiene from 1942. Well, you know, it was like this little object was just made for my talk when I found it, and it's all red and pretty, and I really like that too. So look at that form. You know, it's all kind of streamlined. It's very Art Decoized for absolutely no purpose whatsoever. But it brings together, in terms of the company's name, all of these things I've been talking about. Modernity, right? This future that's going to be better, that's going to be safer, that's going to be cleaner. You know, this fantasy that's being created around the modern world. And hygiene, health, of course, is what it's referring to. But it's using the word hygiene in a kind of a pseudo-scientific manner, right? So it's like the sciences are going to help us out here in order to create this bountiful world. And then on top of it, design. You know, we'll make all of this pretty. You know, we'll make it red and we'll make it chrome, we'll make it shiny so that it's a pleasure to safeguard yourself from these germs like syphilis and gonorrhea and influenza and TB and radium poisoning. And so every day you'll go around your house and go, radium be gone. And you're just vacuuming away and you're like a happier soul as a result because you're going to have a longer life. So this takes us back to Fred and Ginger. So now I think you might have a slightly better understanding of why this movie and so many other Art Deco movies were so incredibly popular during this time of the 1920s and 30s. I have not talked about the Great Depression, which is another topic that certainly could be added into all of this without any trouble whatsoever. But nonetheless, this fantasy that was being created, and when you look at this now, you can see it's just a stage set. This isn't reality by any means. This isn't real architecture. And that our two kind of hero and heroines, while they're very much enamored with one another, it's all very staged and posed. And they're doing all of this in order to try to elevate you from a very grim and dirty world, one that was filled with danger and strife, to one that would be the future, the modern world, something that would be so much easier and more desirable, cleaner and safer, where people could love, could enter into relationships without worrying about disease or death. And those were very, very real things during this time. And it's that would compel this to be one of the most popular movies, as well as all of the other movies that were being created during this time, as a way to kind of help people. So when you look at that trivet now, I hope you realize that that's not just a trivet. That trivet is really about people's dreams and hopes, their desires to be something bigger and grander than themselves, their hope that their bodies won't give out on them, that they'll live and they'll live in a perfect world, one of great beauty, one where desires are met and hopes are fulfilled. I think that you can see this in a quote by Roger Ebert that I particularly liked when I was doing some research on Top Hat, where he talks about we need a Fred and Ginger because it is something for us to fantasize about. And the only thing I would just add to the very end of all of that is that we need Art Deco too. We need a style in order to help fuel our fantasies and our dreams. So thank you all very much for coming out today. So if we do have a little time, I think our next talk is at 6. We have 3 of the curators from the Wolfsonian, actually 1 formerly from the Wolfsonian and then 2 from the Wolfsonian, who are going to be speaking about the show upstairs. And so I encourage you to come back for that. But before that, if you have any questions that I can answer or attempt to answer.
Going back to the first images of your talk, about the healthy, strong men and women, partly nude, and the ideas of power and speed that you introduced with that one about the railroad.
Right.
I was put in mind of the Nazi aesthetic, and I'm wondering whether that has occurred to you.
Yeah. So this language, I mean, one of its powers, but also perhaps one of its downsides, is that it is extraordinarily flexible And I think that it's one of the points that the Wolfsonian makes on an ongoing basis, is that the arts can be used for good and for bad. And the very language that can be used for good in order to create hopeful fantasies that we might all share in can also be used to create dark fantasies that maybe fewer of us would share in. But it can be that same language, and so you're not mistaken. There's a number of similarities there in terms of the visual language that's being used. It's just having different purposes and who's manipulating that language in order to try to get some kind of result or some kind of feedback. Well, you were all very kind to sit indoors and to listen about deco and death today. I appreciate it.
else is set up, we're good. I'm gonna grab lunch in a few. I have no clue. I'm like trying to fiddle around with it. It's just because like some, like Margaret, one of the speakers, she has notes, and I don't know how to get it so that you can see it on this computer, but not on that.
Well, it won't be. It'll show on here and here, but it'll project on here.
But how do I do that? Because it's not like, even right now where it says use presenter view, when you go to like slideshow mode, it does not show the notes. I mean, it's not the end of the world. If we can't get it up, they'll just have to figure out their notes. No, and Shoshana. It's all good. Don't stress it.
That's it, right?
Yeah.
Who do we have? Sylvia, Shoshana, and who?
And Whitney. But one of the presenters tomorrow has notes on hers. I mean, worst case scenario, I tell her, I'm so sorry. It's not gonna happen.
I mean, it's not us.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is. She's just gonna have to power through.
It's just a delay. That's all. I don't know why it does that. I mean, I just put Brandon Berry in there, so I don't know.
I'm gonna tell everyone that, look, if you have a presentation, you can take your chances with the remote.
Just let them know it's a delay on it. That's all. They usually adjust pretty well.
don't need to do lavaliers for anything else. I think it's too much. All right, I'm gonna grab lunch. I mean, whatever, if I get back from lunch and I'm able to figure it out, cool. If not, oh well. Do, 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 do. I am going to leave my computer here for a few minutes. Okay. Next time I won't freak out. You know how it is, where you're like, I know I put something there. Where the hell is it? What did I do with it? Oh my God. No. It lost it. That sucks. Okay, I am leaving my computer here for 2 minutes. I'll be back. Exhibition space, and we used to work like 20-hour days for Basel, so this is like nothing. So my director will be here tomorrow. I've already given him the rundown. It's pretty intuitive. This folder is on the desktop, Art Deco Weekend. You open that Sunday. Yep. 1100. That's us. Y'all are the first one. So there's 3 different things. This is the film. So I'll have that open and ready. It might autoplay, so you could just always go like that. Go back here. And then there's 2 different presentations. I labeled them presentation 1, presentation 2.
Okay, so you didn't need Jared's?
Well, the thing is that since Tom sent PowerPoint and the other 2 sent
PDF, it's fine.
Even if Jared sent the PowerPoint, there's still Caesar who doesn't have a PowerPoint. Right. So one way or another, this is going to be feedback that I leave for Daniel next year, is just telling people ahead of time, like, here's the, make sure everyone in your group has the same style. Because, like, for example, this, like, if they all have one style, it's very easy to present. But now Tom's is up in space over here. So what we'll do is for this one, once you're done with the video, you can go to view full screen mode. Okay. And then that's it. Then their names are up here. We have a little clicker. Sometimes it takes a second to warm up.
And what do they aim it to?
It could be, you could
anywhere,
literally aim
doesn't
it.
matter.
I'm aiming it at the wall and it's changing.
Okay.
But tell them to come a little early and mess with it ahead of time, because it almost needs warming up. It's really weird. It's battery powered, but
it's emotional.
Yeah, it's emotional. If for some reason they find it clunky or hard to use, they're more than welcome to come up here and just click through. Now what I did, and I think I showed you in the email, is I merged their 2 presentations. So literally when Jared's is done, there will be a slide with Caesar's name, and that's when his is done, or when his starts. Then if you scroll all the way down, when his is done, you just X out, go to Tom's slideshow from beginning. Okay. It's pretty easy, but if you wanted to give it a try just so that you feel acclimated.
I've done it a million times too, so I'm okay with it.
I can leave all 3 of these presentations open for you.
That would be great.
We're going to have a TV set up over there so that all the overflow traffic, people will be able to...
Set up over where?
In the cafe, so that if for some reason the room is full...
Gosh, I hope so.
Yeah, that would be great.
That would be a lovely problem to have. Is there a mic to walk around to take questions?
So we have this mic that anybody that's presenting, if they feel like standing, they can present on this. They just have to speak close to the mic. Oh, here we go. Yeah, let's see.
To preserve the character.
That's when you really start.
Yeah, so it's fine. And you can go to view screen. That way we just a little. Okay. That's I'm sorry to be
You
such
can
a
have the most
stickler
beautiful
for this.
picture in
It's
your
just
mind,
you never know.
and you can have the best intentions of what you want to do. If you don't take the time to bring
Yes,
everyone
my
to
director will be here. John Mogul. I can show you a picture of him just so you're not like, who am I looking for exactly? Okay.
Have they been full, the presentations?
Mostly, yeah. They've been around 80-ish people, 70 to 80. That's what John looks like. We might have a full house tomorrow because it's supposed to rain, and whenever it's supposed to rain, people are looking for shelter.
Yeah. I hope they just come out.
Yeah. No, I think they'll come out because you have a lot of tourists from out of town.
Right, that's true.
Okay, I'm going to text my sound guy, tell him that the mic is not working.
And will there be a sound guy tomorrow?
Yeah, he'll be here tomorrow.
Okay.
He'll be here.
I just had the audacity just before the mic died.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, that looks good. I will see Don tomorrow at 10:30.
Okay, perfect. No problem. No, my pleasure.
It was so last minute.
No, don't worry about it. It's not a problem at all.
like every each of us? Yeah. No, I,
When you're ready to turn them off, you press this last.
Who's going to present us? You.
Tim,
Tim,
because
okay.
he was already here for his presentation.
Okay.
So he said, I asked him, I said I can present, but he said he preferred to introduce. So to turn the lights off, you can click that. To turn them back on, you click the one with the tape. So bottom or tape. I have this set up here.
You remember?
This, unless you're right here, it does not pick up on the sound, but there's pretty good acoustics in here either way. And then you can either use the arrows or this, but this thing is like sort of silly to use it if you're already right here.
One, yes.
So yeah, and then I put a slide in between each of your names to say, or no, I didn't. Brittany put the slide.
Okay.
That says like it's what house it is.
Oh, yeah, yes, that one.
And if you want, I can get back there and tell you when your time is up, or you can do whatever, because you're the last one, so however long it takes. One and a half. Yeah, we're gonna try to
Welcome, everyone. It's very nice to have you here. This is our last lecture today as part of a series that we're doing about Art Deco. I encourage you to look at tomorrow's schedule and think about coming to some of those lectures as well. They've all been different and I think quite fascinating, and obviously you're an interested audience, and so I think you might enjoy coming tomorrow as well. Tonight we have, I think, a very special presentation for you. It's special to me because we get to welcome back one of our former curators here at the Wolfsonian, Whitney Richardson, who I'm going to introduce in just a moment. But before I get there, I do want to make sure that you know that this is part of an ongoing series that we're doing here at the Wolfsonian. This lecture just happens to fall during Art Deco weekend, but the reality is it's part of the Mark Mamelin series that we do on the American homes, and this is our second in that series, and so we wanted to make sure that you knew that and that you looked out in the future for our next one, which will also be, of course, about American homes. So, as I've already mentioned, we have 3 curators here today. In case you need more curators, there's a few more in the audience, but we have 3 curators with us today to talk about Art Deco. You know, we have a stunning show upstairs on the 7th floor, and each one of these curators played a role in the creation of that exhibition. I'm going to start with our former curator, Whitney Richardson, who is in the middle. There's Whitney. Whitney is now up in Asheville at the Asheville Art Museum as an assistant curator. But when she was with us, not that long ago, she conceived of the Art Deco show that you see upstairs. She really kind of gave us the floor plan for that exhibition and really helped guide us in terms of what we were going to create and what we were going to include. But because she did receive this new job, we were able then to hire Shoshana Resnikoff. And Shoshana then joined our team, and she helped kind of fulfill the vision for the show with Sylvia Barasoni on the end. And Sylvia has been with us for a little bit longer, and prior to that, she was with us at the Wolfsoniana in Genoa. I do want to make one kind of personal remark because I think it's really important for all of us. I think that many of us are always concerned with immigration and what's going on in the United States, and so I have a bit of good news to share, and that is that Sylvia has recently received her green card on her way to become an American citizen. So congratulations, Sylvia. Each of these curators brings really a wealth of knowledge with them. They're highly educated, they have been trained at many institutions, and they have worked in a variety of different capacities. I'm just going to run through very briefly some of their many accomplishments, and then I'll leave it to you to introduce yourselves at the end and talk more with them individually. Whitney has a Master's of Philosophy from Glasgow University in Scotland in the history of design and decorative arts. She also holds her undergraduate degree from Columbia. And as I said, she was working with us in many different capacities, actually, before she left us as a curator here. Shoshana is our new curator, as I've already mentioned. She holds an MA from the Winterthur program in material culture at the University of Delaware. And prior to coming to us, she was at the Peabody Essex. And then prior to that, at many other distinguished institutions as well. And I will leave that for further discussion. As I've already mentioned, Sylvia comes to us from the Wolfsoniana in Genoa. She also has her master's degree in decorative arts, but she is one of the founding curators of the Wolfsoniana in Genoa, where she really helped establish that institution. And we're very fortunate to have her because of that knowledge. She really brings these 2 institutions together so that we're always in relationship to one another and that we really understand which each collection holds. You know, when Mickey Wolfson created these two institutions, it really was his idea that we would be in constant collaboration with one another, and Sylvia, I think, is that perfect bridge, and that's why we're doubly happy that she is going to be with us here in the United States. So, I think the format for this evening is going to be each one of the curators is going to talk. They're going to come up here and show some slides, and then at the end, if you have questions, they will be open to that. So I think we're going to start with Whitney.
Right. Can everyone hear me okay? All right. So, this evening, the first house we'll be looking at tonight is the Florida Tropical Home from the 1933 Chicago World's Fair, A Century of Progress. I hope many of you might recognize it, but what you may not realize is the important role it played in bringing streamlined architecture to Miami Beach. All right, let's begin with the two World's Fairs that bookend the exhibition here at the Wolfsonian. We start in 1925 in Paris, France, with the fair that introduced the world to Art Deco, and that's the poster on the left. Oh, thank you. And we end 8 years later in Chicago, Illinois, at A Century of Progress with the style of Streamline. To tell the complete story of the 1933 Florida Tropical Home, I think we need to talk about how we got here. It was the plan of the 1925 French exhibition organizers to develop a new, original style of architecture and the decorative arts, which they did. They were certainly successful at that. But there was always a faction of architects, designers, and critics that felt the machine and its aesthetic should have been taken up at that time as the style of the future. You can see from this picture here, this is Edgar Brandt's Gate of Honor. You can see that the machine aesthetic did not win as the prevailing style of this exhibition, and rather a very ornate and handmade style became the style of that exhibition. Looking back at the Paris exhibition in 1941, the Museum of Modern Art did an exhibition on the history of organic furniture, which they defined as combining structure, function, and purpose, and said this, what I take as a wonderfully backhanded comment. 1925, the time when the superficial modernistic of the Paris exhibition was at its peak. The curator here, Elliot Noyes, his use of the word modernistic is important, as he clearly had a different definition than the French exhibition organizers. The two styles at the 1925 fair describe themselves, as you can see here on the screen, Art Moderne and the International style. What we now look back at and call Art Deco was at the time referred to as Art Moderne, or modern art. It was new, it didn't take direct quotes from historic design, but it did reference it. It was luxurious, expensive, and it featured exquisite hand craftsmanship. And it's not by coincidence that department stores played such a large role at the Paris exhibition. The success of Art Deco was predicated on the fact that designers could convince people, and that department stores, like Bon Marché, could convince people that the finer the object you owned, the more cultured you would be. On the right, we have Le Corbusier, whose ultimate goal throughout his career was to create a machine for living. A home so functional that it made life easier. A home that was built entirely of industrial materials like concrete, steel, and glass, and could be affordable to the majority. Le Corbusier was a contemporary of Walter Gropius, the founder of the Bauhaus, and Germany was not invited to the 1925 fair. And so to put the New Spirit Pavilion here on your right in context, it was up at the same time that the Bauhaus was well underway and moving into its new building in Dessau, Germany. It was the architecture and design of Le Corbusier and Walter Gropius that was looking to bring together designers and manufacturers to create aesthetically beautiful, high quality, but mass-produced furniture that was meant for city living and middle-income families. They were attempting to solve a much bigger problem than Art Moderne, or Deco, as we now call it, ever set out to. So you can see why the Museum of Modern Art on the previous screen would make a statement that Art Deco was superficially modern, because it was the pavilion on the right, Le Corbusier's, that could truly claim it held the modern spirit. So how did we get here? What led to Art Moderne or Art Deco? And I don't mean to admonish it so much, because it really was trying to do something new. But starting in around 1900, architects and designers from all around Europe and the United States were attempting to make a break from historical styles. The example I show here on the left is the Secession Building by Joseph Ulbrich. In Vienna, it was built as an exhibition hall to showcase the art of those artists looking for something new that shared that vision, much like Art Deco was doing at the same time in France, so before Art Deco. And I think it looks an awful lot like the Bon Marché department store. If you look at it, I'll switch back again here. Let's see. On the right, we have the example of Walter Gropius's architecture. I mentioned him in the slide before, the Master's House at the Bauhaus, and which I think not coincidentally bears a great resemblance to the Florida Tropical Home. So what happened that everything changed? How did we get from Art Deco to Streamline? It was one big event, the Depression. In the years after the Paris exhibition, as department stores successfully convinced Americans and Europeans to accept this new style into their homes, it suddenly became unsustainable. For the most part, Art Deco meant luxury, and luxury meant expense. And just as suddenly, that Le Corbusier and Bauhaus ideal of a home so functional it made life easier sounded really good. And the fact that it was affordable meant that a sort of stripped down Art Deco and streamlined Deco took root. Although, as this cartoon is by William Heath Robinson, I think very amusingly points out that it was not so easy to convince people. In the lower right, you have a sort of normal 1920s kitchen. In the middle, we have what was one of hundreds of thousands of magazines that came out at the time saying, here's your old house, here's how to turn it into your new Art Deco house. And then the visitors for dinner, not so sure they want to sit in that Bauhaus furniture. Right. So we made it. Finally, we're at the 1933 World's Fair in Chicago. It's a century of progress, they called it, from frontier settlement to one of the greatest cities in the world. And just to orient everyone, on your far right, you're looking at the Adler Planetarium out towards the water and the Sheds Aquarium in by the shoreline, and circled here in red is what we're going to focus on. Those are the Homes of Tomorrow exhibition. All right. Most of the homes in this section highlighted a specific construction method or a new material that was being used in home construction. The ones that still exist today are the Wiebel Rostone home, the Lumber Industries home, which was a log cabin, the Enamel home, and our Florida Tropical home. Although they've been moved, but we'll get to that later. All right, this is the front page of the guidebook that visitors would have received when they toured the Florida Tropical Home at the 1933 World's Fair. It's also where, from now on, a majority of the images that I'll be showing and the quotations that I read come from that guidebook that you would have received to go with you through the house. The guidebook starts with a message from the governor of Florida. And Florida was the only state that participated with its own model home. And it was a big old advertisement for Florida, the whole house. And explain to everyone why you should want to find quote, rest and recreation under her sunny skies. Florida, the governor said, was the playground of the nation, and in fact, where summer spends the winter. And I just wanted to point out again, at the 1933 World's Fair, we've talked about the Bauhaus. There was no German pavilion. There was a German-American pavilion, but there was no German pavilion. So this house really took on the role of modernism at the fair. the back view of it on Lake Michigan. And remember how Art Deco was all about convincing the consumer that the more luxurious object they had, the more cultured they were. Now, after the Depression, the focus changed, and it was all about selling to the middle class. If they could be convinced, if the middle class could be convinced to spend money, perhaps the economy would recover. Since Chicago was an important center of manufacturing, a lot of streamlined design came out of this city, including these homes, including this entire exhibition. The style was new, it was easily mass-produced, therefore less expensive, and its aerodynamic design expressed a sense of optimism and power that the country greatly needed at the time. Here's the problem with this house. Where the other homes in the Homes of Tomorrow exhibit were meant for the middle class, the Florida Tropical House was twice as expensive and couldn't have been purchased by most of the people that went to see it. At the time of construction, it cost $15,000. In the Depression. So let's look inside. The interiors were completed by James Kuhn, an interior designer, and Percival Goodman, who described himself as a modernist architect and designer. They describe the interiors as contemporary, which I think is an interesting point. In this guidebook, they say these following quotes: "A home where every piece has a definite function to perform and is part of a coherent structure, each dovetailing and contributing by its own line, form, and color to the harmony of the ensemble as a whole." They go on to say, "The American is beginning to see that the modern house that looks so crazy are really livable. They're really homes." And the modern architect takes into consideration not only how a house looks, but how it runs. The home must function smoothly. And that sounds a lot like Le Corbusier's machine for living to me. The furniture you see here and is also in the exhibition upstairs, they chose this from the firm of the John Whitcomb Company of Grand Rapids, Michigan, for the bedroom, the dining room, which is what you see here, and living room cabinets. The guidebook goes into great detail talking about the fine craftsmanship and exotic woods that were used to make these pieces. While the pieces are designed based on functionality, there is something in them, for me, which is reminiscent of the 1925 Paris exhibition, and that's in this idea of the luxury materials used. All right, I love being able to show these, that there are some color pictures from this exhibition. And it's often thought that the house was pink, but I'm going to say no to that. There are certain things, and you'll see as we go on, when you see the house now, and you'll see it at the end here, it is pink. But at the time, at the time of the fair, this was a white house, which of course draws it even closer to the Bauhaus. The designers said each room should be light and airy and a symphony of color. Each piece of furniture is part of a coordinated design in line, color, and comfort. The McKay Company did the metal furniture, and here's where you really see the strongest connection to the Bauhaus, especially in the patio furniture, and the magazine stand, which is also upstairs. You can see it above. It was represented in the guidebook as one of their finest pieces of craftsmanship, or machine craftsmanship. That America should be the last nation to recognize the beauty and validity of metal furniture is not strange, the designers say. Basically, blame it on our youth, is their defense. We didn't see the beauty in metal until now. Metal furniture is an art whose expression depends on its utility as contrasted with the decorative or ornamental aspects of older arts. And finally, they ask, why does the modern architect of Germany and France prefer it, this metal furniture? Their answers are, metal furniture has the beauty of modern things, of airplanes, of automobiles, and because it is made wholly by machine, quickly and always uniformly. All right, so here we are on the way to Miami Beach. Streamline architecture in Miami is characterized by its long, horizontal curved buildings, porthole windows, and other nods to nautical architectural design, flagpoles as decorative elements, and metal tube railing, much like what we see here in Robert Law Weed's design for the Florida Tropical Home of 1933. Again, notice in his drawing, it's white. Art Deco architecture in Miami is much more decorative, with carved door and window surrounds, with friezes of abstract geometric and organic patterns. An excellent example of this is the Sears Roebuck and Company Tower that's now the Books and Books at the Adrienne Arche Center. It was impressively early for its time in the United States to be Art Deco, and it was the first Art Deco building in Miami. Tropical Deco combines these two, combines Art Deco and Streamline. So this is where the 1925 and the 1933 World's Fairs meet. It's as if you're walking onto a film set when you come to Miami Beach. Robert Law Weed was really the key to bringing Streamline to Miami. His architecture read as much more modernist and along the lines of the Bauhaus. And here's why he's so important. He takes part in a pivotal moment where Streamline came to the beach. It was in 1935, after the close of this fair, that he designed and built the Eastman residence, also known as the General Electric model home for all its modern technologies on Lagorce. It was light yellow with a door surrounded by carved Florida keystone and used new materials like formica, vitrolite, and glass blocks. It was not only an early Streamline building, but he was introducing elements of what would become Tropical Deco. It was the combining of the 1925 French Art Deco and the 1933 version of the German Bauhaus styles. Robert Law Weed was educated at the Carnegie Institute of Technology in Pittsburgh and served in World War I, after which he came to Miami in 1919 and never left. Weed designed this house for the Eastman brothers, Irving and Nathaniel. They were set designers in New York City and had designed dramatic lighting for the 1933 World's Fair, and that was how they met, when he had designed this house for the fair. There it is, the pink house. Florida Tropical Home after the fair. In 1935, it was moved by barge to Beverly Shores, Indiana. Pictured here on the barge is the Wiebolt Rostone house, but they were all moved in this similar fashion. It was listed in 1986 on the Register of Historic Places. It was painted flamingo pink. And just look at that furniture. They were no longer considering how metal furniture was functional and beautiful. But I don't want to end on the sad note of that furniture. So I'm going to end with another quote from the guidebook. It says, "Nowhere in America has architecture been so thoroughly adapted to local conditions as it has in Florida. And the Florida Tropical Home is the last word in the small home architecture of Florida." Well, I'm not sure that this particular house ever got the chance to prove this point. I think architecture here, like the Eastman residence and every Streamline hotel along Miami Beach, has gotten the chance to prove that. So.
Well, I am grateful to Whitney for kicking us off with the Florida Tropical Home, in part because I think it's an amazing structure, but also because I think it connects in very interesting ways to the Cedric Gibbons and Dolores Del Rio house, which I'll be speaking about. The Cedric Gibbons and Dolores Del Rio house was built, as you might expect, for Cedric Gibbons and Dolores Del Rio in Santa Monica, California, and the house was completed in The house was completed in 1930. The architect on record was Douglas Honnold, who was known better for designing the the Samuel Goldwyn estate, which you can see on the left, which is now owned by Taylor Swift. So if you know her and can get an invite, report back. And as well as quite a bit of commercial architecture throughout Los Angeles. What's interesting to me about Douglas Honnold, though, is that he was very much willing to sublimate his own sort of design aesthetic for the interests and preferences of his clients, and even more so when they were a design partner. One of the things that he's famous for is collaborating with John Lautner, who of course is known for the really fabulous atomic age architecture that is all over Los Angeles. And so you don't really get a sense of who Douglas Honnold was in his buildings. You get a sense of who his collaborator was. And in this case, the most important collaborators for this house were Cedric Gibbons and his wife, Dolores Del Rio. And specifically, Cedric Gibbons takes the leading role in this project. Cedric Gibbons was an art director for MGM. He has over 1,500 art direction credits to his name, making him the single most credited person, I believe, in Hollywood still. It's a misleading number because as the director of all art production for MGM, his name shows up on every single movie they made. But he has over 150 films that he directly oversaw to his name, and also operated quite an attentive shop. So he had his fingers in all of his underlings' work as well. Cedric Gibbons was born in New York. His father was an architect, and after working as a draftsman in his father's firm, following World War I, he comes to Los Angeles and he immediately is hired by Samuel Goldwyn and then eventually MGM to be the art director. And what we think of as the golden age of MGM films, their look, their feel is in large part due to his vision. In 1930, he marries Dolores Del Rio, who was a Mexican actress. She's known for her roles in silent films, Ramona. I have to find the whole list of them, but it's a number of them. Joanna, What Price Glory, and also makes the transition to talkies. She actually sings the central song from Ramona to prove to the MGM muckety mucks that she can talk. They say her accent is charming, and so then she starts getting talking roles. Dolores Del Rio and Douglas Honnold have a brief-ish and I believe tumultuous relationship, but out of it comes this home. One thing that I think is so interesting about Whitney's discussion of this transition from what we think of as art moderne or art deco to streamline is the way in which this home really represents both those elements at once. The front facade, what you would see from the street, is this very blank structure, not incredibly fascinating, but it does have these wonderful curves and what we think of as sort of stepped telescoping lines, which is so central to Art Deco design. And then the back, which is really where all the action happens, is very much a streamlined home that shares many of the same characteristics of the Florida tropical house, from the overhanging sort of eyebrowish shades to the large windows, and then of course the indoor-outdoor entertaining space, which would greatly expand the potential for the home, and is something that you can really only do in warm climates like Miami or Los Angeles. The home had so that's when I say telescoping lines, that's what I'm talking about. The main home had 3 bedrooms, and then there was also a guest house, a pool house, and a swimming pool, a tennis court, and terraced gardens on a 33,000 square foot lot. So we're looking at a very large site. So the telescoping door lines, I just want you guys to keep this in mind because it's all about drawing you into the home. It's this very flat facade, and then it pulls you right in. And this is where we begin to see just the very beginning of Cedric Gibbons's talent as a set designer being employed in this home. You would enter on the second level, which is the street level, into this grand living room. This is the primary living space, and you can see it's broken up into all of these more intimate conversational environments. This was a home for entertaining, and it was also a home for public presentation, for performance even. That wonderful stepped ceiling, which takes kind of the central role in the room, is in many ways inspired by the Jean Dunand smoking room that was on view at the 1925 Paris exposition. Cedric Gibbons reportedly did go to the fair. There's some slight conflict about that because he would have also been working on a movie at that time, but I think he was probably able to, he claimed to have seen it, and it seems like maybe he just snuck away and got to go to the fair. And you can see again that again and again and again those telescoping lines that are so important. And here we see Dolores Del Rio in her element in the home, which again just emphasizes the degree to which it was a set for her as much as it was a house. A lot of the furniture was custom made for the home, including those bookcases, which are actually, as this quote from Photoplay in 1931, where the house was published, says, that bookcase upon which Dolores is reclining is a Davenport in disguise, and what looks like a counter in the foreground is the rail of a secret stairway leading to the boudoir. Tricky? Question mark. So the whole house is about discovery and is about sort of it's playful in its character. This is the home as it is today. We are lucky to have really great photography from the home because it was on the market recently. And one of the things that's so interesting is how much more full it is now. Despite the fact that the furniture was quite large and blocky, Gibbons and Del Rio made sure to leave a lot of space to circulate in the home, as well as to appreciate that very glossy travertine floor, which will become important at a later moment. And so then when you would go down the stairs, which was hidden as a counter, you would enter the second living room, which is much more smaller, more intimate. It leads in one direction to the boudoir. There's not great photography of that space now, but supposedly it was quite beautiful, mirrored, and very much Dolores's domain. And then the other direction leads to the kitchen and the dining room. And what you can see in the dining room is the way in which lighting plays a really important role in this house. Again, Cedric Gibbons is a set designer. He thinks about things like lighting. And so you can see the lights that are embedded into the staircase above the dining table, as well as the lighting that sort of functions as a clear story in the second living room above the fireplace on that sort of lip. And so in the evening, this home would have been illuminated and the shadows would have played a really important part in your appreciation of it. And of course, the evening is when they're doing the bulk of their entertaining. The house, of course, had a swimming pool. It is LA, after all. And you can see Gary Cooper enjoying a dip in the pool. And again, you see the repetition of geometry and angles over and over and over again. This is a very square home. It's a home that likes right angles. And then the pool house itself, which you can see in the back of this family photo, again has that stacked design that really makes it a stage backdrop for the theatrics, planned and perhaps unplanned, that could have taken place in front of them. So it's a shift, right? Cedric Gibbons had as I said, over 150 known credits to his name as a set designer. And one of the ones that's most important, obviously, is The Wizard of Oz. And one of the reasons I wanted to call it out is not just because it so wonderfully captures the design of this Art Deco moment in American film history, where designers are kind of taking Art Deco and making it fantastical for the movies. But it also speaks to the use of color. The majority of the photographs from this time period of the house are in black and white, and the house looks very glamorous. It actually would have been significantly more colorful. There was this glossy black floor. Period accounts list red upholstery, green upholstery, white sailcloth for the windows. And so there's a real, the role of color in this home is real and present. And you can see how powerful color is for designers like Cedric Gibbons in, of course, one of the first and most important color films, The Wizard of Oz. But even in the black and white films that he designed, you can see the connections between the home that he created and his sets. And so we have the kiss on one side in the dining room, our dancing daughters on the right, and that step design that we see all over the house appears in both spaces. Also that glossy black floor that he was so fond of. He basically lifts it out of the set and installs it in his home. Also, the furniture itself is right in line with the furniture that he had commissioned for the home. And again, there's that wonderful doorway that pulls you right in, and you see in his set design for the kiss that same interest in telescoping stepped patterns, as well as sort of doors that dwarf you and then are dwarfed by the space itself. So he had a real interest in scale that was deeply theatrical. The fireplaces, you can see our dancing daughters in 1929, practically the exact same fireplace. I also love this photo of Del Rio and Gibbons because they look like they might be Morticia and Gomez Adams. It's just so dramatic, and you again get the effect of that deeply dramatic lighting. It's hard to imagine this couple living in this home without it being dramatically lit. Like, I don't know what it would have been like during the day, but they show off the home and themselves to their best in the evening. And then in the kiss in 1929, we actually see the exact same table. So you see on the left that wonderful sort of triangular conical table, and then it's in the corner of their smaller living room. So in some cases, he's just lifting furniture straight out of his sets. And another example, one of my favorites, is this steel chair or the chair with the arms, the metal curved arms in the back of the Easiest Way set, is the same as the chair in the very, very back of the living room, if you can see that. And that's actually, also in the forefront. They have got two of them. So with those curved steel arms and then the upholstered back and seat. In this case, The Easiest Way came out in 1931. We know that these photographs were taken in either 1930 or 31 for the house. So I like to think that he was doing up the set and just picked up a chair from his house and like brought it onto the MGM backlot and was like, okay, job done. The house, of course, goes on to have a much longer life after Del Rio and Gibbons's short marriage. They are married in 1930. They divorce in 1941. Not entirely, but certainly partially because of her affair with Orson Welles. She ends up returning to Mexico for a while and starring in many of the golden age of Mexican film production, many of their kind of most famous films. She also maintains a home in Santa Barbara in California, which is a Spanish Revival house, kind of classic Santa Barbara, Southern California, stucco, terracotta tiles. And the striking difference between that house and this house makes me think that though Cedric Gibbons was clearly designing the home as a set for his wife, I don't think he was thinking about what she wanted. It was his vision for her in this home that is what triumphed in the house. And then the moment they're separated, she goes on to build a very traditional Southern California hacienda-style home. Gibbons lives in the house for a little bit longer, remarries, moves out, and the house proceeds to have a number of owners. It also, fittingly for a home that's built like a movie set, shows up in a lot of films. Twilight with Susan Sarandon and, oh gosh, why am I blanking on his name? Paul Newman makes an appearance. The home is kind of the central part of that film. It also shows up, Whitney just reminded me today, in Cafe Society, which was a recent Woody Allen movie. So if you watch the first couple seconds of Cafe Society, you'll see it all lit up. Like it's still the 1920s. But the home, I think, occupies this fascinating place. It is both domestic space and a theatrical film set. It is both an Art Deco exterior and then a streamlined back. It's a chameleon. It is everything to all the people who need it to do different things. And it's, I think, maybe uniquely Californian in that way as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you for being here on a Saturday night, and to be so patient to listen to my third presentation. I will try to be fast, but I have a lot of images, I already tell you. So we cross the ocean and we go back to my homeland, Italy, and it's a completely different context, not as glamorous as the beautiful villa in Santa Monica. It's a very particular, like a curiosity. It's a villa which is really interesting in the the history of architecture of the 20th century, but not so well known. And it was built in Marcellise, which is a small town near Verona, so in the Po in the hills on the Po Valley, and was created as a revolving house that tried to maximize the sun, the light of the sun, since it was a summer house built by an engineer who was born in this town in 1884. He studied engineering at the Royal School of Engineering in Genoa and then in Padua, and started to work as a engineer in the state railway. So for this reason, he had some technical knowledge of how to make a house, rotate. As you see, the family is not as glamorous as the couple that Shoshana just showed. It's the family father, so the engineer wanted to build a summer house for him and his two children. Here are at the airport in 1935 in Frankfurt when the house was built. But the project started before. The first drawings are dated 1929, and then it took 4 years to build the house because the works were mainly made during the spring and the summer season. You can see the landscape and the villa when it was finished. You see the land is huge. He came back to his for summer. He wanted to build a house which was a kind of landmark for the landscape, a kind of a tourist attraction that his hometown didn't have. And if you think of the country houses of the nobility of Verona, near Verona, there is really no connection. It was something completely new for the landscape. You can see he bought the land with a farm, with an old farm from the Renaissance period, and you can see in the back this really machine-like building. And you can see it's still like surviving in this landscape, which is mostly vineyards and fruit trees. You can see from like the structure how the house works from above. This is an aerial photograph, and you can see it was really made for summer to enjoy the landscape with the tennis court on the left and the swimming pool on the right. And you can see here the swimming pool with this slide in reinforced concrete. It has a shape which makes us think of dynamism and speed typical of the futurist movement, which was for sure influential in the building of this house. So I would like to show you really the working process of the construction of the house. You can see there is a kind of a dichotomy between the masonry concrete part and the structure, the rotating structure, which is in concrete, in reinforced concrete. And it's really interesting to see how it rotates. The hub is the spiral staircase, and you can see in the next. So you can see here how it was the frame was reinforced with the panels in Heraclite, which was one of the new materials used at the time. It was a combination of wood, like wood powder and concrete. And it was one of the new materials which were advertised during the fascist period, since they were cheap. And naturally, they tried to use concrete in the beginning, but with the rotation of the house, there were cracks on the surface. So for this reason, they found Heraclite panels the best solution. And you can see the structure, how the house rotates from this image. You can see how the contrast between the masonry base of the building and this rotating element, which reminds of aerial or naval elements, especially because the surface, as you can see, it's all clad in an aluminum alloy. And you can see how he's really inspired. Naturally, he was an engineer. He was not just a constructor. He was also an engineer, and was helped by a mechanical engineer in the construction of these rails that allow the house to rotate. As you can see, there are trails and these wheels. And the speed of the house is it's 9 inches per minute, so it's a very slow movement, and it takes 9 hours to rotate, to do a complete rotation of a 360-degree rotation. You can see how it has been built, like how it's digging in the hill. And how it starts to turn in the upper part, which is also the rooftop. And you can see here some details. This is really on the left, on the right. You can see the hub of the rotating house. The house was, when it was finished in 1936, the magazine Architettura, which was one of the most important, directed by Marcello Piacentini, was like the favorite architect of Mussolini, published it in the cover, and they really made a great article on it, just concentrating on the technical part. And then also was published on L'Architecture d'aujourd'hui in 1937. But rather than that, there was a misunderstanding about this building, because a few years before, in 1930, Dr. Jean Seidman in France had built a solarium, a rotating solarium, in a spa community, Aix-les-Bains, and he wrote to Invernizzi, the engineer of Villa Girasole, calling him a colleague, thinking that his house was actually a kind of hospital for sun therapy. Naturally, the Villa Girasole is the first villa which was built the first revolving villa, but there are some infamous avant-garde projects, like the well-known model for the monument of the Third International by Vladimir Tatlin, that it was never built. It was supposed to be 1/3 higher than the Eiffel Tower. And even if it was, if it's just resting, it's with these spiral structures, it looks as it is in motion. But before that, there were just in around 1895, Jesse Lake was a Methodist preacher. He designed an observation revolving tower for the beach of Atlantic City. And he didn't patented it, so the project was stolen by Thomas Warwick, an English architect, who started to design some of these towers along the English coast. This is probably the most famous one that was lasted until 1941 and then was damaged during the war in Warwick. And then naturally revolving restaurants became in kind of fashion. The first project was by Norman Bel Geddes for the Chicago World's Fair. It was a restaurant with on 3 floors, and it was never realized, but it's for sure one of the most interesting projects of the time. So looking in our collection, I was trying to see if we have any revolving towers, and I found this postcard, which represents the Tower of the Americas at Hemisphere in San Antonio, Texas in 1968. So I think it's very interesting, and it's also great to find sometimes in our collection objects which are not really from our period, which usually stops in 1945 or 1950. And actually, the first revolving restaurant known after the war is the Merry-Go-Round restaurant in Miami, which was just across the University of Miami campus. I just found a postcard. I don't know if anybody ever heard of it, but I just found postcards, and I assume that it existed. So going back to the villa, it's just to show you through some photographs how it really rotates and how the vegetation grew when the Vernizzi started to live in the house. And naturally, he was the engineer and the constructor, but he had also an architect, who was also a set designer, Ettore Fagioli. The design of the house, as you can see, has also a kind of a classical reminiscence in the use of the loggia of the Paris style surrounding the lower part, masonry part of the building. And you can see the entrance is definitely as elements which are definitely deco, like these 2 columns of like these truncated cones, typically that remind of chandeliers of the 1920s. And even the rusticated wall is much more represents what is the Italian version of Art Deco, which is the Novecento style. And these photographs of the period show the daughter in the 1930s, naturally like enjoying this summer house built by her father. This is the entrance, the corridor that leads to the center of the masonry basement, leads to the elevator. So you can see the girasole means sunflower, and the artist Felix de Cinero was commissioned to design the logo, which appears on the floor in these tiles, mosaic tiles. And as you can see on the left, there is the button that you had to push to make the villa turn when you entered the house. You can see here, it's very simple. And actually, in every room, there was a way from your bed to make the villa stop or turn. This is the view of the stairwell, and you can see the use of glass blocks just to try to get light to the hub of the villa. And naturally, you could also take the stairs and arrive to the terrace, which is really the terrace above the loggia, is the part where people use for entertaining. It was the roof terrace, which is a typical element of functionalist architecture. And here the group of, I assume that some of these are artists collaborating with Invernizzi. Invernizzi was really active in Genoa. So, and here is the group of people who worked with him in the design of the villa. So he really gathered with him skilled craftsmen, artistic creative personalities and technicians to create this masterpiece in his hometown. I think it's interesting to see some of the interiors because, again, it's 2 floors. Have you seen the structure is like an L, and in the first floor it's like the day part of the house with the kitchen, the studios, and the living room. And you can see the service, like the service rooms, like the kitchen is in the center, and the cupboard is curving because it's just leaning on the hub of the center of the rotating part. And the use of the marble above the sink is typical of Genoa, of Liguria, this use of the marble for plates. As you can see, everything was really custom-made, from the silverware to the dinnerware, using the symbol of the sunflower even in the dinnerware. And the walls are usually covered with textile because it was also kind of counterpart to the very mechanical and more machine-like appearance of the exterior, and also was a way to cover the cracks which were caused by the rotation. You can see the use of tubular steel furniture. And this is the studio of the engineer. It's completely like everything is kept as it was, because the children try to keep it as their father designed the house. And this is the master room with, again, custom-made furniture with the use of vellum on the surface. And in the headboard, there is a mosaic by Saccorotti, who was one of the artists who were invited by Invernizzi to decorate the house. And to end up with the bathroom, again, with this use of tiles. And so the villa was really his masterpiece, and he enjoyed it until his death in the 1950s. The children tried to keep it at its best. And in 1935, he started the project for the so-called skyscraper Martini, because it was on the top, on the roof terrace, there was one of the Martini cocktail bars. It was designed by Invernizzi as an engineer and by Marcello Piacentini as an architect. And it was, you won't believe it, but it has been the highest building in Italy until 1959, when the famous Pirelli skyscraper was built in Milan and designed by Gio Ponti. And you can see how, from a drawing of the period, the model of the American skyscrapers were really the models for Marcello Piacentini and for Invernizzi, Angelo Invernizzi. Since you haven't seen enough, I would like to repeat the trailer. We have the atmosphere of the villa.
All'epoca, quando arrivavamo dalla città, la casa era già stata aperta. Il custode abitava in basso, vicino all'entrata del parco. Apriva la casa solo per qualche settimana, per prepararla alle nuove stagioni, come si preparano gli abiti in primavera e in autunno. Era il periodo della raccolta delle ciliegie, o più in là, della vendemmia. È rimasto tutto com'era. Il custode vive ancora nella casetta presso l'entrata. Continua ad occuparsi di tutto quando io non ci sono, del parco, della casa, delle macchine e degli attrezzi. Tutto deve essere tenuto insieme e lui questo lo sa e quindi tutto è rimasto come papà l'aveva ideato. Quando papà apriva la porticella di vetro per premere il bottone più in alto, lo faceva con un gesto casuale, come se manipolasse l'interruttore della luce. Poi per un attimo si fermava, come se ascoltasse. Il girasole si muove in modo impercettibile, come un orologio. Ci mette una giornata per compiere il giro completo. Il movimento lo vedevano soltanto i bimbi e le persone che andavano a curiosare presso le macchine. Credo che non fosse il muoversi della casa ad attirare mio padre. Lui era affascinato dalla serenità di questa casa imponente, che a volte può guardare la valle, a volte le colline e a volte i ciliegi.
If you have any questions, or you're free to go. Actually, the home has been occupied until the children were alive. So the daughter died 10 years ago, and since then has been donated to the School of Architecture in Mendrisio, the School of Architect Mario Botta. And now actually it's a foundation of the bank in Verona that takes care of the house. So the house is not anymore, it's open to scholars, but it's not, nobody lives there anymore. You have to contact the Bank of Verona to go, yes. But it's really worth going.
I knew very well the lady who was mentioned here. She was a benefactor of the Wolfsonian in Genoa, and she was a remarkable woman. It's one of the marvels of architecture to see these huge, imposing villas with marble on that surface. It's really a cosmic experience. And she was very meticulous. And she maintained the villa till the day she died. And in Genoa, they built one of the great developments of the 20th century. And Piacentini, who was the great architect of the regime, built that monumental building you saw. It was the tallest building of reinforced concrete in the world, with the fastest elevators. And when the bombs were launched on Genoa, they bounced off the building. So it survived the war, as everything else
not bad. That's fine.